into our technology. Um, is the microphone on over there yet? So that button, it'll turn red, perfect. And then the other microphone is, yeah, you got it. The other microphone may need to be turned on as well. Is it on? Okay, great. And so you'll just want to make sure for public records, for the recordings, just to speak into the microphone. But welcome, Mr. Keever, and tell us who you are. Push the button. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Do we have the slides? Okay. You want to bring up the first slide?
Perfect.
All right. Thank you for having us. I'm Bob Keever, our Bluebills Vice Chair. With me is Michael Krovitz, our Secretary. And over here is Bruce Weber, who is our Bremerton lead. Next slide, please. So we're a bunch of retiree volunteers. We call ourselves Bluebills. And someday when we have more time, I'll tell you the story of how that name came into being. But our builders program is by far the biggest project that we've got going on. We've been active out here as a group for about 20 years. And our builders program provides handyman services, emphasis on independent living and fall prevention for elderly, disabled, and disadvantaged people. A couple of slides I'll tell you more about specifics of what we do. But we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We do have liability insurance coverage, and our volunteers are background checked because of the vulnerable population that we deal with. Next slide, please. So clients are usually referred to us by healthcare providers, in-home physical therapists, some of the other care providers, and agencies, including the Kitsap Aging and Long-Term Care, Kitsap Community Resources, and the Washington State Department of Social and Health Services. And I'm just going to share with you one referral that came from a caseworker at Department of Social and Health Services who said, I have a client who feels that she's stuck without options. The plumbing in her home is clogged. She's been taking sponge baths and washing her dishes in buckets of cold water for much longer than she should be. Client has health issues and is elderly with an extraordinarily low income. She's lived in her home for over 50 years. I know it's a big request. I thank you for at least responding one way or another. Housing Kitsap has run out of funding assistance for such things. Thank you for at least entertaining my request. So we went out there in Bremerton and spent a couple of days getting the plumbing working, putting things back together. We had some nice people donated a gently used washer and dryer that we got installed for her. And goodness, she could just find all kinds of things for a handyman to do. And we were so happy to help her. And we feel that that we were able to raise her from a level of extreme poverty back up to ordinary poverty. And also we removed some of the worry. So next slide, please. So typical projects, independent living and fall prevention is our specialty. Now, historically, we focused on things like wheelchair ramps you see there and putting in grab bars in bathrooms. You see an aluminum ramp we put in, railing repairs. But we've had to expand our mission of independent living to include keeping people from losing their homes, from being evicted from their homes, from becoming homeless. So we've had to adjust to a bigger outreach and larger repair jobs. The lower right picture, that was a mobile home, and the entire corner wall was rotted out and in danger of collapsing. So we had to completely tear out and rebuild that entire wall as an example of some of the bigger kind of repair jobs and things we're doing. Again, to help people stay living independently in their homes. Next slide, please. So our mobile home park outreach, and all of these pictures are mobile homes that parks that we visited in Bremerton, low income mobile home parks, as you're probably aware, are being bought up by these investment companies, and they all seem to follow the same game plan: steep increase in their rent. They discontinue providing services and items that were included in rent before, additional fees, threats of eviction if the tenants don't make improvements to their homes. And we watched a little podcast of, someone was making a presentation to their investors about and buying up these mobile homes and investing in these mobile home parks, and he likened it to owning a restaurant where your customers are chained to the tables, because these mobile homes aren't mobile at all, and these people can't just pick them up and move them someplace. It's not like renting an apartment, so they're kind of stuck. And I just want to mention that within the city limits of Bremerton's, the mobile home parks that we've had a presence at include Pinewood and District 1, the Stagecoach and Kitsap Lake mobile home parks, I believe, are in District 3. And then several homes are right on the outskirts of town. They're Bremerton addresses, not in the city limits. That would be Countryside, Steel Creek, Camelot, North Lake, Country Lane, Rocky Point, all these parks. We've had a presence there for years. So we'll come into these situations, and sometimes the first thing we face is this junk all over the yard and debris removal, and that's got to happen before we can even get in there and work on the house. Sometimes they've been threatened with eviction if they don't clear. So a lot of times you gotta do a cleanup job. Then who do we find living in there? A lot of times it's these elderly seniors living alone, on Social Security, just trying to survive. This is Susan and her companion dog, Timmy Two Tones, at the foot of the bed there. He's an old senior rescue. He's a rescue dog she took in. So, but between Timmy Two Toes and us, again, we were able to remove some of the worry for this woman. Down at the bottom there on the left there, they say, this is Pinewood Mobile Home Park. This was a few weeks ago, one of our work days at Pinewood Mobile Home Park. See, Bruce is working on some gutters. If you look close, you'll see a couple of guys up on the roof of the shed, repairing the shed roof, fixing the fencing. We've built a number of these platforms and stair steps for people to get in and out of their RVs. Then on the right, remember we had the big freeze in this winter, so we were going out to mobile home parks fixing burst pipes, and I might add that the average age of our handyman is mid-70s. Bruce here is in his early 60s. We call him the kid. So we got these 70 plus year olds crawling under these mobile homes and fixing the broken plumbing and stuff. It's whatever we got to do. So anyhow, next slide, please. So this is the Poulsbo example, and the partnership we've got in the city of Poulsbo, pretty well established. It includes City of Poulsbo, Poulsbo Fire Cares, Fishline, local churches, businesses, social organizations, to help the low-income, elderly, disabled, disadvantaged individuals and families to maintain their independent living. And you might have heard about the outreach at Poulsbo Mobile Home Park last year. We had over 60 volunteers put in over 2,000 hours of labor and completed work on 10 houses. couple of these mobile homes were practically rebuilds, and a lot of big work had to happen. City of Poulsbo committed $15,000 of funding for us to buy materials, of which we spent 96% of that. So we came in budget, got the work done. And as a group, working together with a shared goal on a common purpose, we were able to make a difference up there. And the final slide, if you please. So the Bremerton outreach. So I feel like what we're doing kind of dovetails with your 2024 initiative, affordable housing assistance and improving the living and health conditions for vulnerable citizens. It's what we do. So we would like to strengthen our outreach in Bremerton, expand our partnerships similar to the ways we've done in Poulsbo. And some ways that in which the city of Bremerton might be able to help. Well, you know, if we had perhaps a contact person whom we could best interface with and coordinate activities with. Now, I don't know if you can help us with this or not, but it's costing us $50 per pickup truckload of trash at to go to the transfer station. And you saw that one yard. I mean, we could spend $1,000 just loading up pickup trucks. So I don't know whether your public works department or if there's any help, perhaps with dumpsters or trash disposal assistance would certainly help. Perhaps some financial help to procure materials such as lumber for ramps. By far, the majority of our Bremerton clients can't afford to pay for anything, and our labor is free. Michael here, when they ask, well, why do you do this? His standard answer, he says, well, it keeps us out of the bars, right? So anyhow, so we would be interested in partnering, and also, you know, like with Poulsbo, they didn't restrict it strictly to the city limits. It was the greater area. So if the outreach could include low-income residents in the Bremerton area with a Bremerton address, then we can reach countryside mobile home parks, a lot of the other ones, with a bit of a broader outreach. That's it. Any questions we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Keever. And just for context, y'all, I had brought this, I wasn't able to make it to a meeting, so thank you, Vice President Mockler, for chairing our last study session meeting. But I had wanted to just kind of bring it up and talk about these folks because they've been doing such good, they're already established in our community doing good work for our vulnerable residents. And I wanted to bring these folks here to give you a presentation so you know the scope of their work. And this is a great presentation. Thank you for aligning your presentation with our council goals, for instance. So you've done your homework on us. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot the microphone. I will leave you with some of our independent living program brochures.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us, and we look forward to working with y'all.
Thank you. Before you leave, would it be all right if I just kind of opened up if counselors have questions for just about 5 minutes, if that's okay? We have a long meeting ahead of us, but I would love to, if y'all want to ask some questions. So, Counselor Coughlin, do I go by, okay. Counselors, do you want me to go by counselor today? Or you want me to go by first names? Because it is a study.
First name spot.
First name, Jeff,
Hey,
please
hey.
go.
No, thank you all so much for presenting. Just due diligence question, do you pull permits for the relevant jurisdiction when you do this work?
The type of handyman work we do generally doesn't require permits.
Okay.
If it is a really bigger job, we have a couple of licensed contractor volunteers that we can pull in.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense. And I guess, sorry, Council President Jennifer.
Jennifer, please.
Jennifer, is this possible? Are we thinking maybe about this coming to council at a budget season this fall or mid-year budget adjustment, or is there an ask associated with this?
So, yeah, I do have it on for a study session topic for our next study session. So we can talk about it. If we want to assist, we could do a mid-year budget adjustment if we chose to for this year. We can discuss the asks. I have it on for a study session in the next 2 weeks.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both again.
Denise.
I believe that the YWCA, when I was there, we had a couple of homes out in Poulsbo for transitional housing. And I think your group, this was several years ago, but I think your group helped out a lot. So thank you for that. My question is more, how is this connected to work that we already do, or, you know, to processes that we already have in place? And so we typically don't do something like this, unless it's a part of something greater, like our goals and objectives. That tie-in was great. I'm just wondering, is there any current programming around CDBG or something like that it could be?
So Denise, these are questions specifically for the Bluebills today. We will be
Okay,
discussing
okay.
this item in greater
Again.
depth at our future study session.
Okay.
So if you do you have any questions specifically for the Bluebills today?
No.
Okay.
Just
Well, if
really
I may, I
appreciate your
might
work.
just say that, again, I think this dovetails with the mayor's 2024 initiative on affordable housing assistance, which is $100,000 of assistance to cities' weatherization and minor home repair program, and partnering with Kitsap Community Resources, whom we also partner with, to reduce utility costs and improve living and health conditions for vulnerable citizens. So it may be possible that in some instances, like where we're replacing windows that have failed with new energy efficient windows, or doing insulation, or just patching holes. I mean, we have clients with, they can see the stars through the holes in the roof. Perhaps there could be some opportunities for some funding of materials under the weatherization and improving living and health conditions, possibly.
Anna, and then Jane.
Thanks. I really appreciate you guys helping out these involuntary astronomers. And just to cheer you up and help you look forward, my father was still doing this work as a retired construction guy into his early 90s. So there's that to look forward to. I think
We'll
this,
still be there.
I think this is a wonderful program. I agree, you know, from what I know, I agree that the program you described might well be a good fit. My question was really simple, which is what kind of money are you looking for?
Okay. Well, City of Paulsboro, both in 2023 and 2024, allocated a $15,000 budget to address these issues. And we do have and I think I gave you a copy of the agreement that we have, that I signed with Amir Erickson in Paulsboro, that if you just wanted to go in and scratch out Paulsboro and write in Bremerton, it would fit pretty good.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Jane.
Well, first off, my brother, who was a general big-time contractor, retired today. He lives in Squim and he's only 70, so I'm gonna send him your way, as his wife doesn't want him around all day. But
That would be contact at, it's on, yeah, right there, contact bsobluebills.net, and that'll put him in touch with the right people.
okay, well, look forward to Ted Rebolowski contacting you.
He could get there through the website as well,
Okay,
psobluebills.org.
okay, he'll find you. Yeah, I couldn't support this type of volunteer effort more. I look forward to our study session when we can talk about any possibilities to help fund you and get more volunteers for you too. Maybe a couple in their 60s.
Yes, we do like to have these work days in the summer, typically on a Saturday. We invite the greater community to come out, and people do yard cleanup and painting and light construction work and things.
Okay, great. Thank you. It was a great presentation.
Michael, any questions? Okay. What I appreciate about what Denise was saying was that what I hear her say a lot is she doesn't like duplication of services. Is that where you're? Yep, I get it. So what I do love about what you asked for is somebody to interface with and to create partnerships. So there's not duplication of services. You mentioned the weatherization, for instance, and we don't always run out of our funding for that. So, but what I've heard other things from residents that you've supported, like building like a dog pen, like a dog fence, little things like that. Fixing a fence, doing some carpentry. Fill in. I tend to. This one. Can you hear me now? Okay. So yeah.
I wonder if I could so I wanted to introduce, so Bruce Weber, he's the IT guy.
Hello,
He
Mr.
is
Weber.
our Bremerton project lead.
Okay.
But I want him to tell you what happened last week when he went out to Pinewood Mobile Home Park. If you
Please.
share real quick what.
Yep, so I stopped off at Pinewood on the way to a different project. It was supposed to just a quick in and out. As soon as I got out of my truck, I had 4 or 5 residents surround me. Everything from one lady who hasn't been able to take a bath or a shower because the hot water knob in her tub doesn't work. She was quoted $1,000 by a plumber to fix it, but she doesn't have. So we're getting that fixed for her. Another person had bought an RV. Oh, sorry.
Okay, you're a tall man. You're a
there you
tall
go.
man. I can see.
Another client had just bought a rather old RV with roof rot and wanted me to try to figure out how to fix that. Had another client with a soft spot in the floor where their washing machine had flooded, and they wanted us to check that out. So I've got a fair amount of work now at Pinewood stacked up, but the demand's there. And I'd say, I retired a year ago, and one of the reasons I started volunteering at Bluebills is it's opened my eyes to the need out there in the community. And I would rather help people before they become homeless and solve that problem, because I think it's a much more cost-effective way.
Thank you for providing these services to fill in the gaps that where folks are in need. So
Thank you.
I think that's we appreciate you. Thank you for coming for the presentation. More will be revealed. We'll talk about it at a future study session. Thank you, gentlemen. Should we switch microphones? Okay, great. Next up, we have a public hearing and action is anticipated on an agenda bill item. So do I turn this over to you, Clerk Hoover? I'm going to turn it over to you because we're doing action on this item and it's a public hearing. So you read that, correct? Let's do it.
It's item number B1. It's resolution number 3382 to adopt the 2025 through 2030 6-year transportation improvement program. And with us, we have, we have City Engineer Ned Lever, and we also have Gunnar Frederickson, Project Manager. Is that correct?
Yes. Good evening, all. Thank you for having us. We are presenting the 6-year TIP. This is a bit of a housekeeping exercise for us. Dave, if we can bring up the first slide, please. As you know, we are required every year to put out the TIP. It is a requirement from the RCW. We have to file it within 30 days after adoption, but we also have a July 1st date. So we're getting in a little bit late on this year, but we've made some pretty significant changes to our TIP. What we did on this year is, next slide, please, is removed all the projects that we have completed. We removed projects that were not in city limits or would be delivered by WASDOT or others, particularly development projects. We created a tier 4. To current years, we had a lot of projects living in our tier 3, which is our unfunded category, that we wanted to clean up and really look at having a realistic list of projects that we think we can accomplish hopefully in 6 years. And then we went ahead and went through all our sub-area plans and really took a look at and scrubbed them for projects that we thought would go into the list, which wound up including a project for like Charleston. Next slide, please. With this year too, it's going to be a little bit of change for next year, because with us completing the transportation element and the comprehensive plan, we will be updating this list with projects that are going to be coming out of those, both the transportation element update and the active transportation plan. We're going to be evaluating the tier 2 and 3 projects. We're coming up with a prioritization matrix, and I actually just received the first draft from our consultant last week. We're going through that this week and hopefully going to get comments back to them, and then be presenting that to Public Works Committee here, hopefully in the next month or so, and show you guys what we've come up with so far for that. And then once we have all the projects figured out and got a clear scope and budget, we'll prioritize them and we'll have them on next year's tip. And so, Dave, if you can go and show tiers 1 through 3. And just for everybody to know, tier 1 is fully funded. Tier 2 is partially funded. And then tier 3, we don't have any money for it yet, but these are the projects that we're going to be looking for money for. And like I said, the list this year, we're somewhat in transition. There's no prioritization done on these projects. They're just the projects that we've got. So this is our first stab at this with this next process. And then if you can go for tier 4. And then tier 4 here are the unfunded projects. And then what we also did, we did classification by those sub area plans, so that you can kind of see those at the bottom. And we tried to eliminate some of these plans had overlaps, and we also looked to eliminate those overlaps or replications. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And for now, we are opening up for public hearing. And so what I'm going to do is, let's see, I skipped a little part of the speech, so I'm like ad-libbing here. But the purpose of the public hearing is to accept public comment. And so what I'm going to actually ask you gentlemen to do is step off to the side, because we're going to leave the table open for public comment for the tip. Okay, I open up public comment. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this agenda item? And just a reminder to please state your name for public records and come on and have a seat down with us.
As I stagger up here, sorry about that. And no, I
Do
don't.
we have a
drink,
timer
but-
system? Okay.
Okay, ready?
Ready, set,
Tim
go.
Klein. I'm the president of the Charleston Business Association. First, I just want to thank the council and certainly Public Works for all of the things that have happened. In the TPI plan, there's about 94 projects listed. There's 4 of those that directly reflect on Charleston. And I really would hope that we can take another look at that. I apologize. I probably must have missed the email that came out on those hearings. But it is really important to consider, once again, that Charleston becomes the west side entrance to our beautiful city. And last year I had submitted a project list with 15 projects. One of them was listed as number 5, and that's the creation of a festival street between 6th and 9th. I don't know exactly how that would break down with the TPI plan, but the tip. But I'd really like to see us take another look at that and see what other impacts, for an example, with Joe Crane's St. Vincent de Paul project and the Wyckoff mural, where we've had the start of fundraising. We'd really like to see the extension of the sidewalks in that area. And there is currently a plan for this year for a bump out for a crosswalk between 6th and 9th Street. There's also an existing bump out that might use some updating, and I'm not sure, we've sent an email in, I'm not sure in the status of that. So I do have some questions on that. Maybe you can direct me to who to submit that to. And I did forward this list that we have of our projects to the council and to the planning commission. I'm not sure how it was listed on the website, so that might be a thought to make it a little easier for someone of my advanced age to be able to locate that. But that's kind of it. There's again, the focus is certainly moving people around and making this a more livable city. I don't know how you can get much better than it already is, because we all love Bremerton. And this group, and certainly the people in the audience, and people like Joe Crane and Director Nucky and everybody else is pulling together to make some great things happen ahead. So thank you very much.
Does any other member of the public wish to comment during this public hearing? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay. I close public hearing, and I'll go to the council for a motion. Jeff, Counselor Coughlin, we're in
Oh, that sounds good.
city council mode here.
Move to approve resolution number 3382 to adopt the 2025 to 2030 6-year transportation improvement program and allow the mayor to forward the resolution and plan to the Puget Sound Regional Council and Washington State Department of Transportation.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We are now open for discussion. Counselor Coughlin.
Thank you. I can defer if you want. Okay, perfect. No, this was a really good discussion this year because we did talk about it in Public Works early on, and we had some really good iterations between the initial draft and what's before us. Part of that was I think us noticing that there was nothing for Charleston to start, and so we were able to add back in kind of that high priority project for Charleston, and it's in there under improved Caleb Avenue streetscape. Of course, it doesn't guarantee we get funding the next year or two, but it keeps it on the radar and on the priority list. And then we also made sure that the Warren Avenue Bridge connectors are in there as well. We talked about maybe working on for next year a little more description of each item, just so the public looks at it and we look at it and we're all understanding the exact scope of each of them. But it wasn't gonna be a lot of work for this year. But to me, the most important thing about this is, as mentioned, the prioritization work going on, and I'm really grateful for that. And I'm really optimistic about it because I think by this time next year, we will have those list of prioritized projects with descriptions, and like it or not, we'll at least all be on the same page of this is the priority list and what we're working towards. So I'm really excited for that. But yeah, for this year, I think appreciate all the changes in the advanced communication and collaboration up front.
Thank you, Anna. Or Counselor or Vice President Mockler. Well, Vice President Mockler you seconded it, so that's why I'm going to you first.
Yeah, you can just call me Anna, but I'll defer to the chair.
We're in vote mode, so I switched us up. All right. Yes, Jane. Oh, mic on.
The comments that I've heard from the public are they don't really know where all of these are. And so I'm really hopeful with the plans that you discuss with us at Public Works Committee, where we're going to be able to rate each one and go through, like, is this 5 points for livability, 5 points for bike safety, 10 points for pavement repair, whatever, however we decide to come up with that, so that next year I think it's going to be much clearer. And the things I've heard from the public is that they'd like to know, like, the stopping part starting and stopping point of each one. And my big question for me personally is the Gorse Sinclair Trail planning the J to K Trail? It's on tier 3.
Yeah, and I do believe that is the, pull it up here real quick.
Yeah, I saw it on here, but we,
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we went to a tier 4 is there were so many projects and there's confusion about the scope and where they stop and start
Yeah.
and what's included in the project. Our next effort is to work on a prioritization metric and also scope these projects over the next year so that we have a smaller list that's manageable, but we clearly understand what the project is. And then once it's scoped, then we can clearly understand how the metric applies to it. Like, is there paving? Is there ADA? Is there bike lanes? Is there equity? What's the equity component? So until we get through clarity of scope over the next year for the next tip, hopefully we have that tier 3 that's well scoped and has applied a metric. And then even then that metric might not be perfect. Like it might be like, oh, we didn't quite like how that turned out.
Might
We
take a
can-
couple, 3 years. to get
Yeah,
right.
so we can keep working. It's a work in progress,
Mhm.
but I think this took us a lot further towards where
Yeah.
we need to be.
I agree.
And the trail is number 47 in tier 3.
Okay. I'll have to learn that name. Thank you.
Counselors? Anna?
There you go. Thank you. My first question is, Warren Avenue is in tier 2 because because the funding might not happen if the climate commitment act, is repealed at the polls in November. Is that the only deficit in the Warren Avenue multimodal?
Yes, that's part of the reason that it's still in tier 2 is we're still not sure if we're going to be completely funded. So there's a couple of projects that is sitting in tier 2 right now with that same situation.
What's the? Okay, what's the thank you. What's the climate commitment sum for Warren Avenue? The sum that is dependent on the
I would actually need to confirm with Shane, but I believe it's about 500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's good to hear. And I would ask about those others, but it has gone through Public Works and I have faith. Following up on the adaptive signals that I asked about at our last study session, in the Public Works Committee agenda, the city match on the adaptive signals is $323,000. Is that accurate?
Correct. Our match is 13.5%. I actually pulled the information for you. We asked for 2,520,000, but we're awarded 2,068,230. A planning cost estimate is about 2.6.
I'm sorry, the what cost to you is 2.6?
The planning cost estimate is about 2.6 million for that project.
Okay, so the total city match that you're expecting over the 6 years is?
Roughly about 400,000 in matching funds.
Okay. And council, I'm asking about this because one of our goals and priorities is to prioritize residential streets and especially maintenance of residential streets. At our last study session, we noted that the top 6 in tier 1 are all maintenance and repair. Typically, public works departments are top heavy with maintenance and repair. It's what
So-
they do. And for that reason, coming to the point.
Yeah, here's what I just want to make a quick point is that you seconded the motion. So I want to make sure that you're speaking in support of the tip because that is the procedure for Robert's rules. Do you want to correct me on that, Counselor Coughlin?
Yeah, I believe if the maker of the motion can't argue against it, but I believe the second can.
Okay,
What do you think about that, Clerk Hoover? I don't want to, but maybe you're not. Why don't you
I
go
am
ahead
not
and continue your
arguing
point?
against the tip.
Okay,
I am not. I am specifically addressing one item on the tip, which is the adaptive signals. if we took that 400,000 and applied it to the first 6 projects, the programmatic maintenance and repair, we would be barely keeping up with inflation. And the
That is
increase,
challenging the tip.
that's challenging. the
Because,
tip.
but essentially what you're saying is that we would be taking the tip away, but I have deferred to our parliamentarian to find out if this is,
What's up, parliamentarian?
well, I think she's working on it. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and pause on that and go to any other counselors if they'd like to make any other comments.
Yeah, no problem. I just jumped
Thank
in
you.
because nobody else was.
Denise.
I've really enjoyed this process this year, being on the committee and the back and forth exchange. I think it's been really healthy. And Ned seems to understand what I'm saying better than I do sometimes. As far as what I'm looking for, it's almost like the infographic, requests I always make. So I want to thank you for that. And what I keep telling constituents that ask me about this, most of whom are very supportive of it, by the way, and that includes our cycling community. And what I want to keep reassuring the public about is that this is just the first step in this. And certainly we've learned from other jurisdictions. Gunnar, I think you did an incredible job with researching, what do other municipalities do around this, and bringing some of those models in and playing with them. And so I truly appreciate the process with this. I think it's going to have great impact. And I think we're going to see those priorities that council feels strongly about bubbling up. I really do. I have faith. And I heard Council Member Mockler also say that she had faith. I heard her say that. So
We're going to do just a full round. Michael, do you have any comments on this item? It feels so awkward to say your first names when we're about to take a vote, but Vice President Mockler is making me do it. No comments. Okay. So we've all had a round to go. And so I'd like to call for the vote. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do one more round and then we'll call for the vote. Okay, thank you.
I too am not a fan of the money that former councils voted to allow for a grant that we're paying that much money for city share. But in my mind, that was something that other councils agreed to, and I can't stop that train.
Anna?
So I have here an email from Kelly McGorty, the Director of Transportation Planning from the Puget Sound Regional Council, who states that if a city wishes to return a grant in order to be more green, or simply because there are delays or cancellations, that the PSRC welcomes this, that it helps them with their scheduling. And she did not say outright, it will make us look well upon them in the future, but it was like, absolutely, there is no penalty or stigma attached to this. Adaptive signals when our streets are full of potholes, when our so many stop signs are barely marked at all, when sidewalks are lacking, and when basic maintenance and repair has crying needs all over the city, seems to me a luxury we cannot afford, simply to assist people to move through the city at 1 to 2 minutes more rapidly. I really suggest this be tabled, that this one particular item of it be tabled, and as an adjunct council president, I will never second anything again. If I mean to speak against it, I vow.
Side note, the parliamentarians have confirmed over here that the second, just as Councillor Coughlin confirmed, you are allowed to challenge. So apologies for the mistake there on my part. But thank you very much. I call the question. So, can we go ahead and go to the vote? Oh, is there a motion to table this on the, are you making the motion to table?
I
You
moved
might
to-
get a second.
I moved to table.
Is there a second?
I
Okay,
can read a room.
motion fails. All right, so I call the vote. For a third or fourth time, my goodness.
Councilmember Frye,
Yes.
Coughlin,
Yes.
Ribbalowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
No.
Chamberlain.
Yes,
Motion carries 5 yeses, 1 no.
thank you.
Thank
The
you.
next item on the agenda.
Thanks.
Oops. The next item on the agenda, general business and action on agenda bill item C1, resolution number 3383 to show support for raising a pride commemorative flag at the Norm Dix Government Center and throughout Bremerton in support of the LGBTQ plus community. Presenter is Council President.
Well, I was not here at the last meeting, and so you guys were able to discuss it. It was my understanding that there's broad support for this. And so at this point in time, we're going to take public comment on this item. And it's published in the packet if anybody wants to take a look at the packet to see the contents of our resolution. And so with that, does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay. I close public comment on this item, and I will go to council for a motion. Are we looking it up? Would you like to make the motion? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're pulling it up. You see one.
Make the motion. Move to approve resolution number 3383 in support of raising a pride commemorative flag at the Norm Dix Government Center and throughout Bremerton in support of the LGBTQ plus community.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? Any further discussion needed?
Yay.
Should I just call for the vote?
Yeah.
I would love a little update. I think I do want an update because what we were hoping, yeah, isn't gonna come to fruition.
So, what is it? What is the quote about, the arc of progress or, is it, you know what I'm talking about? So, the arc of justice, but anyways, this is a beginning of a process here. We probably, this is not our building. We are a tenant in this building and it takes everybody to work together. And everybody is in supportive of it. So there's been no issue like that. We are probably not going to have a flag raising this year. We may try to do something else. But anyways, the sort of condo association is making progress to make sure that this can be readily done in the future. So yeah, I'll just mention that. So
Thank you.
Just a quick
Jeff?
thank you to you, Council President, for getting this together and for Councilmember Goodnow for all his work over the years, and just really excited to see this happen.
Jane?
Does it make any sense to modify this so it's gonna be like a yearly event and that we don't need to do a resolution
I-
every year?
I don't think we need to do it every year. The way that let me look at the dates and make sure, there's a specific reason why it starts on June 28th and it goes to the third weekend in July.
Mhm.
And just to acknowledge that it's the anniversary of the Stonewall riots on June 28th. And then the third weekend in July is traditionally, that's when Kitsap Pride has their event. So so the timing will be
Okay.
in perpetuity for every year.
Okay.
Section 1 says every year, says our lawyer, which I should have also pointed out. Yeah, Denise.
I have the sense that it's just been a long time coming. And I want to thank Michael Goodnow for your work, not only here in Bremerton, but all throughout Kitsap County and the Pacific Northwest and beyond. Um, it's been great work and it's had an incredible impact. And I almost feel like, didn't we do this already? You know, it feels like it should have been done. So I'm happy about it. I understand the complications. Maybe the mayor could fly bunting, rainbow bunting out of his office. That might be fun and it would be a good photo op, you know. I used to raise money for a living, so yeah, something, we gotta do something, I think. Thanks.
Do you, Michael, do you have an update on this proposal
So
by
I-
Denise?
Actually, I'll just say that the mayor has always, I believe, since first year in office, over the last 6 years, hung a rainbow flag off the balcony. But I do happen to have a 16-foot by 20-foot rainbow flag that I was saying we should just bring over, and all the offices down below can take a look at it out their windows. So maybe we'll have a little guerrilla flag raising.
Why do I love that idea? Anna?
I'm really proud to be a part of this. That's it. Thank you.
And so this, and actually I'd like to thank previous Counselor Gwen Dennehy, who originally wanted to do this, right? And you know, his time with us was not long enough to get all of his wishes out. So this is just carrying on with his wishes. So I appreciate the support that I've received from everybody all the collaboration, Jeff and Michael and our attorney, Kylie Fennell, and just the general public, and just the fact that we're here to accept public comment and we don't have anybody up here hating on us for it is a sign of just good stuff, and I appreciate that. So should I call for the vote on this one? Yeah, let's do it.
Councilmember Coughlin,
Yes.
Revelowski,
Yes.
Goodnow,
Yes.
Mochler,
Yes.
Fry,
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and this concludes the action items for tonight's meeting, and we will now continue with just a regular study session. I won't have to be confused. Should I call you a counselor? Should I call you by your first name? Because we're just going back to our study session format. So this is a reminder that for items D1 through D14, the content of the agenda bills is subject to change. No public comments will be taken on any further items on here, and no action is anticipated. If approved by the council, these items will be placed on the July 3rd, 2024 study session agenda for actions. So first up, we have Mayor Wheeler here to present items 1 through 5, items D1 through 5, regarding appointments to different commissions and boards. Come on up, sir.
All right, thank you, Council President. Good evening. So Andre's here with me tonight. We worked out a interview strategy to interview up to 12 candidates. So it's pretty extensive amount of time and very thorough. And so I wanted to make sure Andrea was here as we go through each one of these applicants, that she's here to maybe speak to them if there's questions. And I'm here also.
And just a general comment that we have 12 individuals that were very difficult to choose from. We have 12 citizens who put their hats forward to serve on the boards and commissions. And at the conclusion of the process of interviewing, it's like, I had a really hard time. I identified all of the strengths of each of the candidates and provided that to Mayor Wheeler for his selection. And I think that we've resulted in some really great picks that are here for your consideration. Something that I want to identify is that sometimes when people step forward to volunteer for boards and commissions, they don't know a lot and they just want to put their name forward. And so the applications might not look that great. And what's amazing is that when we conduct these interviews, how much we get out of the candidates. and how much we learn and what, I in particular know about the boards and commissions and what can add to the strengths of those commissions to make them better. And so what you have before you is a set of candidates that I think will really add to the strengths of the boards that we have before us. The design review board requires them to have some sort of design credentials. So it's really fantastic that our new appointee actually has a degree in landscape architecture. These are very hard to find, and they happen to be just outstanding people as well. So I count our blessings that we have some really great candidates to bring forward. And I'd like to point out that Mia is in the audience here tonight, and I think she'll come next week. And two of the others are planning on being here next week as well. One was ill and couldn't make it tonight. So with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
All right, counselors. So this is, I didn't read all the different ones, but you can also read for yourself. But for public record, I'll read it out loud. Confirm reappointment of Tori Gruber to the Design Review Board. Confirm reappointment of George Thomaser to the Design Review Board. Confirm appointment of Jackie Brickham to the Design Review Board. Confirm appointment of Christopher Browning to the Planning Commission. And confirm appointment of Mia Steben. Did I say it right? Stebbin to the Planning Commission. Okay, counselors, do you have any questions? Do you have any discussion on these items?
Can I request to go one by one? So we know which.
Okay, do we need to go one by one? I just feel we need to go one by one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So counselors, do you want to put, how do you want to treat D1? Consent, or do you want to have discussion? Jeff?
Just a clarifying question. You mentioned 12 applicants. Is that 12 applicants to the planning commission, or is that 12 design, or how did that break out?
Oftentimes the applicants check multiple boxes. They might check design review board, planning commission, parks board. They check several boxes. So I can't remember which were which. And I was so pleased, like when Jackie made the application, that she had checked several boxes wanting to participate in any way possible. And so we chatted with her about the possibility for DCD in particular about the opportunity to serve on the planning commission or the design review board. And given her credentials, it was made a lot of sense to put her in DRB.
Okay, I see that now. Yeah, she was the only one of the 3 design review boards. Okay.
That's a new
But didn't
appointment.
they check more than a design review board? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So Tori is a contractor, and George is a trained architect.
Jeff, did you have any other questions about D1?
No.
Okay, counselors, any other questions about D1? Okay, consent.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to D2. That would be George Thomaser. Hopefully I'm saying that right, because he is not here to correct his name like another one of our guests is.
Is correct.
It is correct. Yes. Okay. Jane, any question about this
No.
particular D2? Okay.
No.
Consent? Okay.
Yes.
D3? Consent or discussion?
Hold on. Takes a while to get to it.
Okay. Consent?
Can you
Okay.
hold on 1 sec? You're going a little fast.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You back to D. Okay. So
Consent.
D3 consent, D4? Just
You would have been quite impressed with the other. I'm quite sad about that. I'm very sad about that.
okay. Jeff?
I think it was, I just wanted to highlight this was so the previous applicant had moved out of the city between the time of his interview and, okay, wow.
Correct. And we were updating the roster and discovered that he just moved just north of Burdell Road. So,
Oh,
Okay.
just out of our district.
and
Denise.
you wouldn't realize it because it has a Bremerton address, and he was a very impressive candidate.
So so I guess he was technically still in the UGA area.
He's in the UGA. Correct.
Just noting that for future updates.
Correct.
Okay, that's all the questions on this specific one from right now.
Okay.
Not
on-
on these specific ones, but one thing that'd be helpful in the future, if you could, I understand you can't list their home address, but if you could list their district so we can see that things are being spread around the city and not just in one area of the city?
That's not a consideration we take under, we don't district up the planning commission members.
So they could all be from District 7?
They could, but they aren't.
Do you want to treat Anna, do you want to go? Go ahead.
I would very respectfully suggest that since most of the work of the planning commission does not have to do with public transit, since we already have Ed Coviello on the planning commission who works for Kitsap Transit, that a second member of the planning commission who is involved in Kitsap Transit might not be, let me see how I can say this correctly. I have not seen the planning commission deal very frequently with public transportation, and that is the entire focus of Kitsap Transit. Therefore, I think one representative from Kitsap Transit is sufficient on the planning commission.
I can respond to that.
If you'd like, sure.
The Ed Coviello is trained as a transportation planner, so he's a planner by trade. And Christopher is actually a grant manager and a process procedure kind of person and has a completely different perspective than a transportation planner does. So the agency that he works for, being Kitsap Transit, is not, he doesn't come to this table as in the same way that Ed Coviello does.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from counselors? Who has not had a round yet? Denise, did you have a round yet on this one? Okay, go for it. And then, Jane, if you don't mind turning off your, no, it's okay.
It's just a different perspective. I would like to see more involvement with transportation and development, with public works and development. You know, they overlap so much. I'm thinking of, our redevelopment area in District 2 and how public transportation is a critical piece of that plan. And so, I don't know, 2 out of whatever, but I'm also wondering, maybe it's succession too. I don't know when Mr. Coviello might retire. So
Are we
Yeah.
still, counselors, are we still talking about appointment for D4 about Christopher Browning?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, I
But
just wanted to
that's
make
it.
sure.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this question is a little overarching and I do want to bring it specifically. Let's talk about D4. Regarding the diversity of planning commission, is there any way that this candidate adds to diversity on the planning commission?
He brings a younger perspective than we have currently, as does the next candidate.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, how do you want to treat this item D4? Consent? Okay.
General business.
Okay, we have one counselor that wants it on general business. So how many does it take for us to pull it down? Just one, and then, okay. Is there a process, if we want to, isn't there a process in place if counselors want to put it back on a consent agenda? I just wanted to verify that. We've had the agenda briefing because what I'd like to know is if there's clarifying information that we need for this candidate in order to approve them. Are we having them there to question or grill them? Or is it for the, or is it for a specific agenda? Is it to be positive and to highlight them and celebrate them? I'd like to know the intent of having them. Yes, Councilor Mockler.
Yeah,
Vice President Mockler, Anna, sorry.
really, honest.
Anna.
Honest,
We are in
totally
study
fine.
session.
I'll cover up the rest of my name tag if that'll help. I guess I think that the planning commission is a big deal. They have seen the comprehensive plan, which is our roadmap for the future for like the next decades to come, multiple times. I agree with you, Denise, 100% that public transportation is huge, but I'm looking at Mr. Browning's responses, and they are all about public transportation and safer streets. all of his responses are about transportation. And since the planning commission does so little with transportation, I'd like to see some indication that Mr. Browning has other skills. Like grant writing is also something that the planning commission does not typically address.
Michael?
So I served on planning commission as Jeff did. I don't know if anybody else has. And it was a fantastic experience because Director Spencer puts, well, I feel like I'm patting myself on the back now, but puts such care into really putting together a really well, highly functioning team. And so that's the first thing. To me, like the concern about somebody's specific background, it's almost to me a moot point because they're not going to be talking about transit, but they have a thinking, they have a systems thinking, they have the grant thing, how all the pieces come together and how things lean on each other that I think is going to be valuable. Because I will say that, you know, when I saw that one too, I was just like, does that make sense? And I had to just think about it a little bit. And anyways, I think we're not sort of privy to the entire interview process, but from what I've seen before my time on planning commission and since, I have full faith in an applicant that Director Spencer is putting forward.
Okay, that's persuasive consent.
Thank you. Sounds good. Okay, let's move on to D5. Counselors? Jane?
I'm really concerned that an applicant who really only filled in their name and address was even interviewed. Plus they lived here for like 1 year and a week when you interviewed them. And I don't see that there's, like, you might know things about this applicant, but council knows nothing because there's nothing on the application that says what their interests are, what their background is, what they want to do and change in Bremerton, or they think is left the same. So how do you even pick who you interview?
We interviewed in response to that. We interviewed everybody who expressed an interest in planning commission. We were trying to be as broadly inclusive as possible. So anybody who submitted an application that I received from the mayor's office, we interviewed those folks if they checked the box that they were interested in planning commission. And I will be absolutely honest, when I saw this application, I thought it was going to be just a quick one and done. And it was anything but. Mia brings to the table a background in PR and marketing and appreciation for youth engagement with the process, and especially in her job that she does now with Olympic College, but has experience in working in PR with corporations and collaboration and cooperation to understand how to bring complex projects forward, and adds a youth perspective to the planning commission that we have lacked for years and years. And so we had quite a lovely interview, and I actually, and you know, sitting there, she doesn't know this, I didn't have high hopes coming into it, but she's quite lovely to meet with and talk with. And it was a great conversation that we had. And I guess I invite each of you to have a conversation with her, to be persuaded as I was about her ability to work with people. And, you know, to be honest, Anna came to my mind when it was like somebody in PR and marketing. She could help us with simplifying how we talk about things. How do we communicate more clearly to the public of these complex planning processes that we do? I thought very much that she could actually add to the strength, not just of the planning commission, but of the DCD whole team that she could help us because she's going to be asking us those hard kinds of questions that we're going to think about that and perhaps change our own communication strategy. So she brings that strength to the table. So I'm with you 100%. And I understand why you'd be upset about the application that's before you. I can't change it and I can't tell an applicant to change it. So I'm trying to abide by those rules. I do have the ability to interview candidates because the mayor asked me to do so. I interviewed and I brought you the best that we have. All of them are fantastic, but these particular ones I think are really going to add to the group and help us make good decisions because all of them have a passion to grow Bremerton and to listen and work collectively and set their biases aside to give you great recommendations that's best for the city.
Jeff?
So I want to thank you for bringing forth applicants. I know we've had the planning commission at 5 members out of the 7 for quite a while now, which I've been, personally disheartened to see given the important work that's going on with comp plan and that it should be 7. So I'm really glad to see applicants kind of finally come forward and go through this process. But I too have heartburn about not having anything in writing, and I trust this person is fantastic, but I think for our own due diligence and counsel going forward, I'm going to request, Mayor, that you put something in writing about this applicant so that there's a record for it, at least for the other applicants we have. We have in writing their interests, the X, Y, and Z. And so if that's a new application filled out, if that's a letter from you, Mayor, or a letter from Director Spencer, highlighting and writing why this applicant is good, that would be sufficient. But right now, I don't feel comfortable moving this forward without that written record. That's where I'm at.
So just to follow up on that, is there any way that maybe you could provide a memo to us that highlights? Would that be feasible for you, Director
If you
Spencer?
want a memo from me, I'm happy to write
I
one.
would love a memo because what you just said was beautiful and eloquent, and you just made our guest blush when you were talking about her. And so I would love a memo. Would that suffice, Jeff, for us to put this person on a consent agenda based on the qualifications that Director Spencer has highlighted?
Yes, if it's in time in the packet, in time, but I just want to set that standard, that expectation that when things are brought to council, it's not just a rubber stamp. We do need that. I want to see something in writing and persuasive up front.
And so counselors, I know that we've already highlighted that the application is missing content. So I'd like to move past that topic. We have a resolution for that, a memo that's going to be addressed. Michael, did you have your hand raised to comment?
Yeah, I just kind of want to get on that. These applications can be a little intimidating, especially for a citizen who's not participated in public service at all before. So we might actually want to just take a look. Maybe somebody with PR experience could help us take a look at the application and make it a little more friendly and a little more engaging. And, I can remember years ago when I was asked to volunteer, or I was interested in volunteering, and somebody said, like, fill out this application. I'm like, what? I just want to volunteer. I don't want to write an essay. But anyway, so there may be some way that we can encourage the language and make folks kind of open up more, because we expressed, even the folks who filled it out, we didn't maybe capture what we should. So I think it's an opportunity here for us to do better.
And thank you. And we love our volunteers. So counselors, do you want to treat this as a consent agenda item? Consent, or do you have any further discussion on it? Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Jennifer. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jane. I agree. My question is about this process, but not about the gaps in this
Thank you.
application. So I understand, Andrea, pardon me, that you have all of the applications that come to you from the mayor's office. Mayor, do you receive applications that you do not pass on?
Forwards me.
Okay.
Yeah, I forward everything.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm like other counselors, I'm looking forward to the memo.
Okay. So with the understanding that we'll get a little memo highlighting how awesome Ms. Stebbin is over here. Did I say it right again? Did I say it right, Ms. Stebbin? Okay. That we're going to go ahead and put this on the consent agenda.
I have one more question. So I guess just that due diligence on the process. Did you interview Deborah McDaniel? Okay, and Michael Simmons? Yeah,
Can you turn your
Okay.
mic on? I'm so sorry. Is it off? Is it turned on? Is it unplugged? Oh, there we go. We're having mic
and I
issues.
and I only mentioned that because I know of people who have had applications in for quite a while
Well, the-
for
I-
the planning commission.
We
Yeah.
interviewed up until a couple of weeks ago. If they just submitted their application, then it wouldn't, I mean, I will check the list.
I think, if I might paraphrase, Jeff, are you asking what the oldest application is that was submitted that you interviewed for? What that Director Spencer interviewed for?
That'd be a-
Was
yeah,
it
that's
2
a-
years
that's
ago?
actually
Was
a
it?
great question. Is yeah, how far back
It's
did you
quite a
go?
n- Did I note the time? No, but they're pretty old.
Like every application you had on file for at least the past
Ev- every-
year.
I asked the mayor's assistant for everything that came in that had the box check for planning commission.
Okay.
That hadn't already been applied, you know, if they had been appointed to another board, then I didn't get those.
When did the interview start?
Christopher's we did in
Part of the reason I ask about this is understanding the thought process, because I know in a previous appointment process, Mayor, you mentioned, the reason you chose somebody was that they were in the queue for a long time, and that they had waited to volunteer, and that was a reason for bringing them forward. And again, with this current applicant, the application date is June 10th, about, a couple weeks ago. And I know people that have applied for a long time, so I just wanted to put that out there as I'm kind of hearing different rationales, but
And so we interviewed Christopher on May 22nd. And we actually interviewed Deborah McDaniel on the same day. So again, when I make recommendations to the planning commission appointments, I consider who we have on the board, how the group is going to work together, and application date has been irrelevant. And I just summarized the candidates' qualification, each one of them, and how they might add to the group, and the mayor chooses.
so you were in the middle of interviewing applicants and getting through them when this new application came in.
Probably, and that's what I'm guessing, because it was May.
Have you had a chance to speak on this item yet, Jane?
Yes.
Okay, let me go ahead and make a couple questions then, unless, Michael, you've already spoken on this as well. Denise, have you spoken on this? Did you want to speak on it, Michael? Okay. Okay, so okay. You had 12 interviews. You're not quite sure when the applications were received, but you received the information from the mayor's office, and the mayor's the one that puts, he makes the recommendations. These are his boards and commissions and committees. So I just want to just kind of like remind everybody here that this is the mayor's purview. I don't see anything yet wrong with any of these applicants as far as their qualifications. And what I appreciated was the fact that Director Spencer is hoping to change the makeup of the group. And so I guess these are volunteers. These are volunteers. And I just want to make sure that we're being polite and courteous and honoring that as we're challenging the process. I think that all of these questions that we're asking about the process could have been handled through an email, which I don't know if there's been an email thread yet or not on this. And so I'd like to encourage folks to start an email thread and to bring their concerns to the mayor directly if they have a problem with the process.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree.
I believe that if you have a complaint about the process, that there are rules and procedures on how to handle complaints. So if you're complaining about the process, do you want to clarify if you're complaining about the process?
No, that's if there's a complaint against a fellow council member to come to the council president, but
Is it a complaint against another staff member
no,
here in the city?
I'd
of
rather
Bremerton?
have this conversation in a public forum
Right,
and put
but,
concerns and issues out there.
well,
And
okay,
I hope that the conversation is not about, absolutely, we we value and respect anyone who volunteers and steps up to do that. It's due diligence on the council's part to vet the process and make sure, that's, I
Okay.
mean, that's our due diligence by the city charter is this confirmation process, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, what I want to make sure of is that that we're not complaining about a staff member or the process that they're employing. Okay, so just seeking clarification on how the process is done. We do have rules and procedures for how to make complaints about staff, and it really should have, I mean, this is an email thread that needs to go to the mayor directly, is what I'm saying. Anna, go right ahead.
Thanks, Jennifer. So here, I don't believe I have heard any complaint, and I'm certain that I've heard no discourtesy.
Okay.
I think we can have conducted ourselves well. It's our job. This is our job, is to do oversight and to think about the future. We are trying to understand this process. That's not a complaint. Asking questions of people is often interpreted as being rude, but that's our job.
I'm not saying anybody's acting out of decorum. I
Yeah.
just want to make that clear.
Yeah. So here it's my question, and this is not a complaint, which is there've been 2 seats hang on, sorry. There've been 2 seats vacant on the planning commission for almost a year. So why have these interviews only been conducted at this time? You must have needed the input of committed citizens, well, committed residents, sorry. As you've moved through the many iterations of the comprehensive plan. So I believe that's the question. It's not a complaint.
Okay, Michael? Did you, no? Okay. So how do we want to treat this item? Item D5? Do you want to treat it as consent or general business? Consent, yeah. Okay,
Consent with the memo.
with the memo.
Correct, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we are moving forward on this, and thank you for your time. I'm gonna go ahead and call a 7-minute break. That way we get to actually meet Ms. Stebbin in the back if we want to, and bring us back to order at 6:30. Okay. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Great. Jane is district. Michael, can you come on back? We need to bring the meeting back to order. Look, mister. You set?
Recording in progress.
Okay. We are going to. There she is. Good. I was going to skip you, but you're right there on time. Vice President Mockler is here to present audit chair committee, audit committee chair. The confirming the appointment of Rosalind Medina, CPA, to the audit committee. Please present on this.
This item was totally discussed after a long, long time of having 0 additional CPAs on the audit committee as called for by charter. We had 4 applicants, 4 good applicants. Rosalind Medina is currently the CFO of the Tacoma School District. She began her presentation by saying, I was so excited when I received the postcard from
Wow.
auditor's assistant, Christine Grenier, because I've always wanted to be on an audit committee. This is a niche group, I do assure you. And her qualifications in every specific, her experience in municipalities, her passion for auditing, her experience with fraud investigation were just stellar. And because it's on tape, I can give Eric Younger a compliment. And he just, after all the candidates had interviewed, he was like, Rosalind Medina. And we had all had her on our list. She was my first pick and she was on everyone's list. So we had full consensus on this. And I'm very, very happy that she intends to be in the area. She lives in Port Orchard for the next 3 years. I strongly urge you to vote for Rosalind Medina as CPA on the audit committee.
So in summary, vote for Rosalind. Is that right? Okay. Counselors, any questions, any comments on this item? Jeff?
Just doing due diligence. I know we opened up the CPA position to be anywhere in the state because it was really hard to find folks in the city. Were there other candidates that lived in Bremerton, or was everyone else from outside?
There were no candidates from Bremerton. There were 2 candidates from Bainbridge, and there was 1 candidate from Hansville.
Excellent.
So all Kitsap County. Yeah.
Nope. Thank you for a thorough presentation of the process and presenting the candidate.
Jane? Oh, okay. Counselors, any other questions? Okay. Consent? Okay,
Consent.
moving forward. Next up, we have Fire Chief Pat McGanny here to present item 7, authorization to submit a FEMA grant application for an assistance to firefighter grant, AFG. Was this discussed in public safety? Okay, go ahead and turn your mic on just real quick. It was discussed. Were there
Yes,
any-
it was discussed in public safety and we supported it.
Fantastic. No lingering questions about it. Okay, great. Support from public safety. Chief McGanny, go right ahead.
Good evening, council. Thank you for having us. So yes, fire department is asking for a grant from AFG, just to submit the grant. The total grant would be for $68,000. It has a 10% match, which would be $6,800, which we can handle out of our current budget if we were to get the grant. The grant would be for 2 additional Lucas CPR compression devices. Helps us do CPR. It'll maintain compressions throughout the process for somebody that's in cardiac arrest. We currently have one. Right now it runs on the battalion chief's vehicle. Today's day and age, with our increased call volume, we're seeing more and more multiple cardiac arrests coming out at the same time. So this would help us alleviate some of that problem.
Thank you, Chief. Counselors, any questions? Okay. I think it's a slam dunk for you because I'm pretty sure this is going to go on counselors consent. Okay, thank you, sir. Next up, we have Engineering Project Manager Nick Atai here to present item 8 and item 9. So we'll just start with 8, which is the professional services agreement with HDR Engineering, Inc. for design of the 6th Street Active Transportation Improvement Plan. So was this discussed in Public Works?
Yes.
Okay, were there any lingering questions about this that you had suggested before they come to study session? No? Okay, all right. You're up, Mr. Atai.
All right, thank you, Council President, and good evening. I've got a presentation pulled up here. Perfect. All right, well, we are officially off to the races with the 6th Street Active Transportation Improvement Project, a long-awaited project. Was graciously offered to attend a District 4 meeting, Councilor Reblowski, and just kind of reaffirmed kind of the momentum behind this project. So excited to get it started. Next slide. So really quickly wanted to talk about the contract and strategy on this project. We put out a solicitation for engineering services late last year, worked through that solicitation, had interviews, and selected HDR Engineering as the most qualified firm to provide services on the project. HDR may sound familiar. They're actually our design engineer for the Naval Avenue Bike Ped project. So they bring a lot of experience and expertise, both in the area and in the active transportation realm. This initial contract is what we're calling a conceptual engineering contract. And the focus here is going to be public outreach, really getting an in-depth public outreach with kind of a broad spectrum of users on the corridor, key stakeholders, and then also doing a lot of work on coming up with some really creative alternatives. So one of the things that, again, was reaffirmed at the District 4 meeting was just how many ideas are out there on what this reimagination of 6th Street is going to look like. So we really want to put a lot of good faith effort into coming up with some creative design alternatives, take those to the public a couple times, get some inputs, come up with a preferred alternative, and then later this fall, or late this year, be back in front of this council with a preferred alternative and a contract supplement to move us into a final design phase. And this is all kind of scheduled to align with our grant application that we just submitted at the end of May, which puts us in a position to have the project shovel ready by the beginning of 26. Next slide. This slide, I'm not going to go through each one of these. It's just kind of a bullet point summary of some of the key items included in this conceptual contract. We've negotiated the contract. Obviously, the fee is just representative of this initial contract. Will again come to the council with a supplement for the full design contract. And happy to answer any questions on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and defer first to the chair. Jane?
So, thank you, Nick. And it was a great presentation you gave at my district meeting. One thing I want to be sure that the public knows that these 3 phases are all covered with the money that council gave you last year.
Correct. So it's actually just 2 phases. So it's
But we've already gone through one.
Yeah, correct. So again, you know, I think everyone acknowledges that this project, I mean, this isn't a $5-6 million project. I think we're all acknowledging that this is going to be, you know, the most cost-effective project that we can deliver, you know, within the ideas that come out of this conceptual alternative phase. So yes, to answer your question, yes, the
$700,000.
yeah, $700,000
Will take us all the way to opening bids.
That is our current assumption currently.
Okay. Thank you.
Jeff?
See me slowly turning.
I can read you.
No, thanks again for the excellent work on this. And I'm just reiterating what we talked about in study session, just for public or anyone listening. is that this contract does keep everything on the table, including the level of protection for the bike lanes, and whether or not there'll be turn pockets or not, and that's basically all. This process going forward will help get the public input to decide on that before we go to finalize the design and go to bid. Perfect. All right. Nope, appreciate it. Looking forward to this moving forward.
Any other questions, comments, counselors? Okay. Oh, Anna.
I'm so sorry that I didn't attend, well, I can't attend Public Works Committee and that I did not attend the town hall. I have a number of specific questions, but I'd like to bypass them and speak in plain language. Which is all the people who live here who ride bikes have mentioned that they really don't want any additional right turn pockets, no acquisition of right of way in order to attain more right of way pockets. So that's question one, more right turn pockets, sorry. That's my first question. Are right turn pockets on the table?
So they are, from the sense that I guess there's been a lot of talk about due diligence. I mean, it's part of the due diligence process. So we have adopted a level of service, basically a level of service standard as part of the current comprehensive plan transportation element. So the other thing to keep in mind is that part of this corridor falls within WashDOT's jurisdiction, and they have their own level of service concurrency requirements. So the project will require, coordination with WashDOT for those sections with any rechannelization. So we're going to be looking at the traffic from current perspective, future perspective, and that's going to be our back check, right? So there'll be a decision point, and that's the information that will be available to share to the public, is to present that traffic modeling information in a way that's clear to the public, and in a way that kind of describes what the impacts are going to be for various scenarios, whether we have a turn pocket or don't. So essentially what we're doing is we're doing the evaluation, we're presenting the information, and we're evaluating it against our own city policies and other policies that may be relevant. And then we'll be presenting that to the public and going through the traditional process to obtain input.
So the comp plan considers only levels of, I forget, I know what I'm talking about. But
Vehicle intersection level service.
right, but what's the tech level of service?
Yeah.
They don't consider level of stress.
So I believe the level of traffic stress, I could be misquoted on this, but I think that's going to be a part of our comprehensive plan update. But as part of this project, we will be looking at level of traffic stress. So no surprise, right? When you put in a right turn pocket and there's a conflict point for cyclists, that increases the level of traffic stress for cyclists. So it's going to be a balancing act. In the presentation, the District 4 meeting, which is on the website, talked a lot about the different types of users, and it's going to be there's going to be compromise, right? There's going to be a compromise between different types of users, cyclists, pedestrians, drivers, businesses, different stakeholders. So I think putting it all out on the table, understanding what those impacts are, getting the input, that's going to help us make sure the project is successful and that we have a balanced project that provides the best operations and safety for all users. So again, it's just going to be part of the evaluation process, but I don't have data at this point to be able to share.
So I guess my question is, will the public input affect that balance, or is it a foregone conclusion?
No, I think that's the public input process, but I mean, there's certainly things that I think from a departmental standpoint, traffic operations standpoint, that if there is a fatal flaw, right? If we're in a situation where operations are falling below our established standards, then I think that may be a different approach. But that's again information we'll have prior to us presenting it to the public.
Okay, really just 2 or 3 more questions. Um, so you talk a lot in this about signal timing. Is that signal timing for motorized vehicles or signal, or is there a separate signal timing contemplated for bicyclists?
So the signal timing is specifically for the rechannelization, and that rechannelization includes cyclists. Could include, you know, providing a leading pedestrian interval for, you know, pedestrians. So it covers, you know, all users. I mean, the signal detection is going to have to be adjusted to pick up the bike lanes, the cyclists. We have bike boxes, so you know those are all things that'll be captured under the signal
Okay,
timing component.
thank you for making it very clear, very succinctly. One of the things I was curious about is side street improvements are required to facilitate a connection to Sixth Street? What?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, side street improvements, hang on. This is, oh, pardon me, right before the major milestone schedule, the proposed improvements, and one of them is that side street improvements are required to facilitate connection to Sixth Street. So I was wondering what that meant.
So I think the intent there is, as we're looking at, you know, rechannelizing Sixth, you know, we've got several, you know, probably these are more focused on the signalized intersections. So, you know, nine intersections along this corridor. You know, looking at the interaction between the side streets with the rechannelization. So there's going to be some high level planning under this conceptual phase, looking at how those approaches are factored in. You know, for example, Naval Avenue is going to have interaction with this project that designs, you know, at a 90% level. So, you know, there may be opportunities to, you know, make sure, we want to make sure that they're forward compatible and that, you know, we're taking input that may factor into the naval project is getting coordinated and factored into those projects.
Okay,
Same thing for all the other side streets, and they all have their own distinct characters and quirks.
okay, thank you. And I'm not going to ask, there are 7 entire questions that I'm skipping over here. And I'm moving on to the last question, which is, the draft design criteria will be circulated once within the city for comment prior to establishing the final design criteria. And I'm suggesting that that also be distributed to the council members of the Public Works Committee.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Okay, that would be great. And also for the preliminary alternatives generation of the city workshop, they would also be involved in that, 5.02 in the giant and enormous Sixth Street ATI project. I have no more questions.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Jane, did you want to say something? I saw you kind of turn toward the mic. Did you want to say something else real fast or was? Okay. All right. Jeff.
And then also, I know I want to say out loud too, we talked in Public Works, the next steps in terms of the project funding. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think I've already submitted the Washington Bike Ped Program grant for it, correct? So,
Correct.
which is great. So we're not waiting until the design is done and then waiting another year to apply for funding. We're applying for funding for the construction now. And that has a set amount of funding. So I know we talked about in this study as well, getting the public input to have some or all the public input. So if we get the grant, we should probably get the full amount or nothing. But we're planning within that grant amount.
And just icing on the cake is there's no local match required for the washed-up bike ped grant. So
Thank you so much for all the hard work on this.
Counselors, how do we want to treat this item? Consent. Okay. Next up, Mr. Atai, we have contract modification number 1 with SCJ Alliance for construction management services for the Washington Avenue and 11th Street roundabout project. Hey, was this item discussed at Public Works?
Yes.
Any lingering questions that you had or any information you wanted Mr. Atai to bring to study session?
No.
Okay. Mr. Tai, go right ahead.
All right, thanks, Council President. Got another presentation, a few more slides. I'll go through this really quickly. I know it's a long agenda tonight. So just real quick, we have a contract. We have a third-party contract with construction management firm SCJ Alliance on the Washington Avenue 11th project. Federally funded project. It's actually got federal and state funding. And several local funds, very complicated financing on this project. A lot of requirements from a federal standpoint. A lot of, we're actually getting audited on this project tomorrow. So it's amazing the amount of work that goes into making sure that we are staying on top of all of the requirements and paperwork to make sure we're successful and continuing to get the grant funding. So just real quickly, the team that is providing services, we've got a couple of full-time team members. We've got a full-time inspector and a full-time resident engineer. They've got someone that's handling document control for us, again, talking about all the documents. And then we've got a couple of subcontracted services for public outreach and materials testing. So when we're talking about the big picture of construction management, I just want to acknowledge that it's a team that's supporting our staff. Is kind of a true extension of our staff. Go to the next slide. So when we executed this contract, it assumed a certain number of working days. We traditionally negotiate these contracts before we go out to bid. This project had 160 working days. It included assumptions on what the CM team would be providing us. Go to the next slide for me. Since this is a contract supplement, I just wanted to quickly summarize some of the items that kind of impacted us on this project. One of the things that impacted us is indirect cost rates. So anytime we have a contract, cost plus fixed fee contract, which is one of the WashDOT's contracting mechanisms that we're required to use for our projects, the firms have a ability to come to us and say, hey, we've got a re-audited indirect cost rate, and they pass that cost increase if it's an increase onto us. So that unfortunately happened with this project early on and basically ate up all of our management reserve on the contract. So that was unfortunate, but it was just the timing of that. We went to construction in August. We had some delays and unforeseen conditions on Lower Washington, very challenging work area. Added some working days that we granted to the contractor. And because the process to get this project awarded so late occurred through the award process, we probably had a protest. We had to re-award to another contractor. We kind of ended up in a situation where the project had to go into a temporary suspension, basically through the winter of 23 and 24. Of course, during that time, there's still a lot of documentation happening, a lot of coordination with the contractor that wasn't captured in our original contract. And fast forward to today, again, we've had some weather delays, just some typical construction delays that have happened. So next slide. What we've done is we put together a contract modification, which basically accounts for where we're at currently and where we project the contract to be. It adds inspection time. It adds time for resident engineer services through when we expect the project to be substantially complete. Next slide. So what that looks like is it is a just over $100,000 contract modification. The funding is available in the project budget. I do have a little asterisk there stating that this additional contract modification is partially eligible for grant reimbursement as we kind of get towards the end of the project, rebalance where we've spent the grant funding. This is one of the areas we'll be looking to kind of reappropriate grant funding if it's available. With that, happy to answer any questions. Sorry for the long-winded presentation, but kind of wanted to paint a picture of where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Councilors, any questions? Jane?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes, it's
Okay.
more of a comment. If this doesn't prove to everybody that we need to get staff to do our inspections and hire like inspectors who do this kind of work instead of having to contract out everything. I don't know what will. I mean, we're paying almost 3 times as much as if it was a staff member. So it's something we really need to look at. I think Nick's doing a good job trying to keep everything under control, but their rates are very high.
Okay, Jeff?
Just to comment, if I thank you for the, like I said, long-winded, but no, it's a very thorough breakdown of every single, cost increase, which is incredibly appreciated. So again, to make sure we're doing our due diligence on those tax dollars. So, it's just, I just wanted to say thank you for that. And then clarifying from Public Works, this is going to be taking up most of the management reserve, but it's not going, obviously not going over budget. It's still within that management reserve for the current cost increase.
No, so if it was within the management reserve, we wouldn't be here. So we would just be,
That's was
we
wondering.
would be
All right.
moving forward. So unfortunately, the indirect cost issue ate up. We had $30,000 in management reserve on the original contract, and that ate up, I think, $28,000. So that's why we're here. Is it's a true contract supplement. We're increasing the maximum amount payable, and we're increasing the scope of work to cover those unforeseen issues in the original contract.
I misunderstood that in Public Works, so thanks for clearing that up. Okay.
All right, counselors. Anna?
Thanks. Just in reference to Jane's comment about the need for inspectors, I believe it was a 2019 study of Public Works compared the number of inspectors in-house at our Public Works department to not an industry standard, but what is typical for cities. And they found that we really, really, really need more inspectors. So just following up on that.
Thank you. Any other
Thank
comments?
you, Nick.
Council, how would you like to treat this item? Consent.
Consent.
Thank you, Mr. Attai. Next up. I know you're ready. He's ready. He wanted to make sure he was next. I know. You are. Engineering Project Manager David Dinkoon? You got to push a button and make it red. There you go. Hello, you are here to present on item D10, construction contract with Tucci and Sons, Inc. for Anderson Creek Dam Removals Project. Was this discussed in, I'm assuming, Public Works?
A long time ago. Yes.
That's why Anna was shaking her head because it was probably back in Anna's time. Okay, fantastic. So I don't know, were there any lingering questions that we wanted to be answered about this item? Okay, please go right ahead, Mr. Dinkoon.
Okay, just briefly, in case, just as a reminder of where the project is on Anderson Creek, I'm showing a vicinity map here. And next slide, please. I thought this might be interesting for folks. This is the bid results when we opened on May 30. So Tucci is quite a bit lower.
They left a lot on the table.
1.4, so 400,000 plus under engineers. So with this, we've got some contingency in our budget, which, as this is one of my first, or this is actually my second construction project, the city, it's a good place to be. So I think this is simple story.
Okay, counselors, any questions? Jane, since you have your mic on and you are the Public Works Chair, but I don't know to defer to Anna or to you in this case. So
I'm really happy because it's almost $400,000 below estimate. So that's excellent. Thank you.
counselors, any other? Denise?
Just a quick question. Do you ever find that when there's a bid that comes in so much lower, is there any concern that there's something wrong here?
Yes.
That they're not including something or?
I think that they're doing one of the residential developments at nearby McCormick Woods.
Okay.
So they're already on.
They're saving because of the proximity to another project.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting to me.
Yeah, Anna, go right ahead.
so flipping happy about this. This will be totally wonderful. This is obviously not in this part of this project, but Gunnar was talking about the reforestation and revegetation that will occur later. Will that be a separate contract or is it included within this?
The revegetation within the stream buffer is part of the contract. Actually, that's wrong. That was an initial plan, and then the current plan is that all revegetation will be handled out of the contract. So no city forces involved.
Great. Do we have a species list or anything?
Yeah, it's in the landscape plan.
Okay, where can I where can I put my eyes on the landscape plan?
I can email it.
That would be fantastic and it would make me a very happy woman. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Council, how should we treat this item?
Consent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dinkoon. And next up, we have D11 Engineering Project Manager David Powell here to present item 11 on professional services agreement with Parametrics for Central Bremerton Forest Main Replacement Detailed Design. Public Works Chair, was it discussed?
Yes.
Any lingering questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Hello, Mr. Powell. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
This is Central Bremerton Forest Main Project Detailed Design contract with Parametrics. As you know, the Central Bremerton Forest Main was discovered to be defective from a long history of use west of Gregory and High to First Street. And this project is going to replace 3,100 feet of that forest main. It was discovered in December. We had a sinkhole, discovered that the pipeline had been compromised, launched into a design advertisement for design consultants to do this, help us with this project. We did the preliminary design contract with Parametrics for $98,000. During the period of time when we're doing this design contract, we also learned that we may be eligible for a Defense Community Infrastructure Program grant through the Navy. And so part of the way through this pre-design, we modified Parametrics contract to help us with some analysis on NEPA and do a short engineering report in support of our application for the DSIP grant. The result of that preliminary analysis is what we're looking at today, which is we scoped the entire project for the design. And that's what Parametrics gave us in this particular proposal for detailed design of the project. The DSIP grant application was successfully submitted June 14th. Deadline was June 17th, and we'll learn about whether we're successful on that grant in September. So the motion before you is to move toward the contract for the Central Bremerton Forest Main replacement detailed design to Parametrics in the amount of $610,030.44. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Counselors, any questions?
Is this forest main primarily serving the Naval Base Kitsap or whatever it's called, Bremerton's shipyard?
Not primarily.
Okay.
It serves all of the eastern part of the downtown area.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anna?
So in the packet, it describes this as serving not just the eastern part of downtown, but the eastern part of the shipyard. I know that there are security questions involved in finding out how much wastewater comes through there. Have you been able to resolve that satisfactorily and to be able to design this for the worst case scenario, shall we say?
Yes, we've met with the Navy a couple of times to talk about their needs for wastewater disposal at the east end of the shipyard, their future plans for expansion, And part of the project design was a bypass for extra capacity for this particular force main. So in the future, when they do their expansion, we'll be able to accommodate that.
Okay, I was looking through this and going, wow, why isn't the Navy kicking in? But they apparently are. I hope it's not bad luck to talk about a grant before it is hatched. But I am happy that at least such a grant program exists. And
We are one of 4 entities competing for this grant. And the Central Bremerton Force Main fits to a T the requirements of the grant. And I think we have a really good shot at being successful with that.
I will have fingers and toes crossed. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions? How should we treat the item? Consent. Yes, thank you, Mr. Powell.
Thank you very much.
You are free to go enjoy what's left of the day now, I hope. And next up, we have Mr. Jackson, Garrett Jackson, Planning Manager, for the proposed public hearing on ordinance to amend Bremerton Municipal Code Title 20.46.090 temporary encampment permit. And just, and was this discussed in public safety? I mean, I think, okay. It would have been planning commission, and let's explain why. So what we know is we're getting ready to, I'm not gonna do your whole presentation. I know you got a presentation, but this is specifically to amend the broken code that did not allow for the pallet shelters. And so what this is going to allow is pallet shelters in commercial areas. So just to give context really briefly, and then not to steal Mr. Jackson's thunder, or Mr. Garrett, I'm gonna call you Mr. Jackson, I think is probably appropriate. But please feel free to present to us on this item.
Thank you. Just getting my screen sharing here. Okay. So as this is amending the zoning code, it has a specific process that starts with the Planning Commission. It needs to be vetted through the Department of Commerce and has its own SEPA approval. So if it hasn't gone to a specific council committee, that is why zoning code amendments have their own specific route to the city council. That being said, we are here to talk about potential revisions to the temporary encampment permit code. A temporary encampment is an outdoor temporary encampment intended to house persons experiencing homelessness. Unlike some zoning code amendments that you might have reviewed previously or in the future, this did not originate with staff. There was an application made from the Bremerton Housing Authority that was fairly limited in scope, requesting that the time period that a temporary encampment is allowed on an individual site be extended. So there's some context. I know that we have members of the supporting this application from the Bremerton Housing Authority and partners in the audience today, if you have questions for them later on. The Planning Commission does provide their recommendation to the City Council to hold an open record public hearing, consider public testimony, and approve the proposed amendments. Just a brief timeline to explain how we got here. The Bremerton Housing Authority made an application in March of this year for the zoning code amendments. We took that application and vetted it with our city attorney's office, who had some recommendations for some updated code language. Both the Bremerton Housing Authority original ask and the memo from the attorney's office are included in your application. We took that updated code language to a planning commission workshop in April and got feedback from the planning commission and the public. The planning commission then directed staff to send that proposed code through environmental review, through SEPA review, and to the Department of Commerce. We did receive one SEPA comment from the Bremerton Housing Authority requesting another tweak to the code, that the minimum size for an encampment be lowered from 1 acre to a half an acre. That proposal was then presented to the Planning Commission at a public hearing in May. The Planning Commission voted to amend the initial code language to include that half acre. And that brings us to today's study session. Just a little bit of legislative background. Temporary encampments are required. The Washington state requires that jurisdictions allow temporary encampments for religious organizations. The city of Bremerton then goes beyond that to extend that to private organizations also. City regulations have to be limited in scope to protecting public health and safety. And religious organizations are exempt from some criteria that cities may impose on them, like insurance or excessive fees. There is language in our county-wide planning policies from the Kitchap Regional Coordinating Council that jurisdictions should accommodate people experiencing homelessness and provide housing, situational housing for them. Also, in our own comprehensive plan, there is language to support emergency group housing, homeless shelters, and other short-term housing situations for persons experiencing homelessness. There is an existing code for temporary encampment permits, and largely that stays in place. Like I was saying earlier, the scope of this permit revision is fairly limited. But I can review a few tenets of the existing code now. That a temporary encampment is allowed in any zoning district in the city. That existing permit would be limited to 183 days maximum. But that 180-day free permit would be allowed in any zone in the city, and that is not proposed to change. This would be a separate permit for an extended period of time as proposed tonight. Also existing are that any applicant for a temporary encampment must do outreach to the police, fire, schools, childcare, and the health district as part of the application process. That there be a neighborhood meeting where neighbors are within 500 feet of the site, are sent mailed notification to have a neighborhood meeting where the plan is discussed. That the applicant agree to inspections from police, fire, building, and the health district. That plans be submitted outlining security, sanitation, trash, setbacks, and any required screening. And that they establish a code of conduct for eligibility and that no illegal drugs, violence, excessive noise, etc. would be permitted on site. And that if the tenets of these permit approval conditions aren't followed, then that permit can be revoked. So these are all part of the existing code for temporary encampments and aren't part of the scope for change this evening. That being said, the revised language, we're going to take you through this is the whole revised section, the extension period and the criteria for approval. So just to read flatly, a proposed temporary encampment may be allowed as a type 3 conditional use permit for a period of 3 years if the following additional approval criteria are met. So they would need to meet the initial criteria for approval for the temporary encampment permit and additionally these items. A, that the site is located within the district center core, general commercial, freeway corridor, industrial zone, or the Puget Sound Industrial Center. And you can see from the map here that those zones are located kind of all across the city from East Bremerton to West Bremerton to West Bremerton. Some notable zones that are not included here are the Downtown Subarea Plan and Eastside Village Subarea Plan. Those are our growth centers where we are expecting the vast majority of our population over the next 20 years. Also not represented are neighborhood business, which is found in residential zones for the most part, and then your basic residential zones, low density residential, medium and high density residential. to name a few. That being said, though, these zones are along the 303 corridor. Here's a zoomed in map of zones that are applicable within East Bremerton. And also for West Bremerton, along that Kitsap Way corridor and farther along Auto Center Way. I don't know how to do that, but it is in your packet and you can zoom in your packet.
And about how much longer do you have for your presentation? Just doing a time check while Jane's looking at
Going
that.
through these other criteria for approval, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, I
Yeah,
think
but-
I had a little bit less time assigned, and I am confused. Just can you provide some clarity why this wasn't brought to a public safety committee for review first?
Generally, zoning code amendments are taken to the planning commission and not
Right.
individual city council committees.
Okay, so it wouldn't have been appropriate to take it through public safety just for a first, like a look through?
Not that's what we have done in the past.
Okay, that's fair. You got it, Jane? Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay.
Other B criteria of approval would be that social services are provided, such as access to healthcare, counseling, substance abuse treatment, and job training programs. For instance, the Bremerton Housing Authority has espoused the housing continuum, where you're taken from emergency housing that this may represent to more permanent forms of housing. So this might be like a first step in that housing continuum that might satisfy criteria for B there. C, that on-site temporary shelters shall be composed of a durable or rigid material. There are some images there on the right of like one being a pallet shelter and the other being from the Low Income Housing Institute as a couple of examples of what might qualify. And that's if these are going to be in place for 3 years or more, potentially, that they should have a more permanent look to them. And then we have heard some sanitary complaints with long-term tent sites that could be avoided through more rigid structures. So this is an added criteria meant to lower that site size from that 1 acre to a half-acre site. And that all criteria per 2046-090 are met, except that parcel size limitations per BMC 2046-090C2I may be reduced to no less than half an acre. So this is that SEPA comment from the Bremerton Housing Authority asking for a smaller minimum size. And then lastly, that applications for a 3-year extension may be applied for after the first 2 years of the active permit approval are complete. Applications for an extension may be received 6 months prior to permit expiration. Only one extension may be approved for at a time. So essentially, this permit is for a 3-year block, but then you can get another 3-year extension. But we wanted to word this criteria in such a way that you couldn't apply for consecutive 3-year terms with one permit. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you. And that this would be going through the hearings examiner process. A temporary encampment permit can be a sensitive subject for some people, particularly if you're going into a neighborhood, and also for the applicant. The hearings examiner is essentially an independent judge that comes in and reviews certain permits for the city, and they're supposed to be more impartial. So it'll be a greater level of comfort both for the applicant to know that the city is being impartial and for the neighborhood to know that this is being judged by an independent party. So there's more information on the hearings examiner process online. I have the link there below the picture. And then lastly, we added some reference language after the planning commission process. So the RCW, the state statute will always trump local code language. And we wanted to make sure that we added some reference language in the code to kind of underscore that point. So as you'll see up on the screen here, there's the intent section of the code, and added on to the end of it, consistent with BMC 2040 11.0, RCW 3521.915 supersedes any standard found to be in conflict with this section. So we just wanted to kind of have a tip of the cap that if there is any conflict between our code and state code, the state does preempt us. That's what that BMC section is. BMC 2040-110. It's the administration section, which points out that federal state law trumps our local code. And then later added on that per BMC 2046-09 OC6, no more than one temporary encampment shall be permitted within the city at a time, but that doesn't include religious organizations. So we wanted to include that RCW in there, that we're not allowed to limit the number of religious organizations that have those encampment permits. Okay, once again, the Planning Commission recommends that the City Council hold an open public hearing, consider testimony, and approve the proposed amendments. And we're available for questions.
Ooh, I am going to first defer to Public Safety Chair Denise Fry, and then go to Jane. So Denise, go right ahead.
I understand the decrease in the minimum size. What I had heard or understand some of the rationale for it was that let's spread the services. Let's, have smaller encampments in different parts of the city. And that made sense. What I'm concerned with, and what obviously I'm going to ask a question about, is the limit to one within the city. If we have Bremerton Housing Authority or whoever is going to be the lead on this, open up one site, maybe in East Bremerton, knock on wood, but maybe there's another great site, somewhere else as well. And if we're limiting size, in order to meet the demands, we may need more than one site. So I'm concerned that this may rule that out. And then I'm concerned about the lot size. Because if you only have half an acre, I don't know how you're going to provide services to 70 or more homeless individuals, which is what our capacity rate is often. That's that zone that we're trying to get. So I have some concerns around that. And I wonder if maybe there's some other thinking, or maybe there's additional information that's come up since I was in the loop that would explain that. Yeah.
Sure. So this is specifically for outdoor temporary encampments. If we're worried about that 70 number, this is totally separate from emergency shelters, indoor emergency shelters, which are allowed in any portion of the city that allows a hotel. So this is just for the outdoor portion, and that's where I believe that's existing language. The request for the scope of this review was to extend the time. It wasn't to look at the number of encampments. So that's the application that we received. And then secondly, this doesn't limit indoor emergency shelters in any way. There's no limit on the number of those in the city.
I thought that it said, excuse me, it's not functioning for me. Yeah, I thought that this was reference language added. So it said limit of encampments. Is that, so that looks like something that's additional, but maybe there was a part of this that was additional.
Not a problem. So, and once again, this code section is only for outdoor.
Right.
So, and that being said, there's no limit to the number of religious organizations that can have outdoor encampments. But there is a limit on private organizations.
This is my concern, is because the model that our community partners have recommended is a hybrid. And that means that there's congregate inside as well as the
Pellet housing.
pallet housing. Thank you, Jane. And so I am concerned. I'd like to ask BHA if they're here. I see Joe Crane and I'm not sure. Yeah. Is that a concern for you? Okay.
Wait. Need you to come on up and speak into the mic, sir. Believe it or not, even Joe Crane needs a microphone.
Yeah, thank you. So this actually gives us the flexibility we need to make this project come into fruition. The piece that Garrett is speaking to is the encampment portion of the hybrid. And that's the limitation in the language we ran into. Is because the paradigm shift currently in our society, understanding encampment, we envision tents. And there's nothing in place for a pallet type shelter, which is not built out of wood pallets. As we've learned in previous study sessions, it's a durable composite material and is for long lasting purposes. And so this was only to address the pallet portion of the hybrid. So the congregate piece is still in motion and is not affected by this language, but the pallet shelters are. And some people even confuse tiny homes with the pallets. A pallet shelter is not a tiny home either. And so it's really a paradigm shift for our society and how we're using this language. And basically Garrett is presenting tonight us catching up with the language necessary for the pallet portion of the hybrid.
I'm sorry. It doesn't seem like it does address it. If you want pallets on more than one location, then it's not going to be possible, right?
So
Yeah.
one of the things that happened during the planning commission discussion was this specifically. And they said, well, should we have hi, sorry, my name is Bree Medley. I apologize. I'm helping Bremerton Housing Authority with this project. Planning commission did bring this element up. And do we need to include language to allow more than one? However, because this language does exist in the city code, it was their advice to just deal with the length of time and the size of the parcel right now and get one under our belts and see how successful that was, and then come back and address trying to have more than one encampment at any given time at a later time. That was their directive, because they didn't want this to get muddied into how many are there going to be out there, because the city does need to see how successful this is going to be. And we all believe, everyone here believes this is going to be a successful model. However, to say we can have 20 of them is going to scare a lot of people. Much like what Joe was saying, we do need to shift that paradigm of what this means, what is dealing with homelessness. And so keeping the language to just the time duration associated with these more rigid, more investment heavy projects, and allowing a smaller size so that we could find possibly better sites that were more suitable to this hybrid solution, was what we needed to focus on. And then at a later time, if we find this to be, when we find this to be successful, we come back and address the multiple spots within the city.
As long as you're all able to deliver 70 beds
Not a
by
problem.
the deadline, then I think we're going to be cool. We have a lot of trust in you, the modality, all of that. I just wanted to make sure you're covered. If you're happy with it, and if Garrett and Andre are happy with it, I'm happy with it. So thank you for the clarification.
Jane.
So you're saying that you eliminated downtown and the East Side Village because you expect growth there. But we also expect growth in all our district centers. So I'm kind of confused why you didn't put all this, either all the centers or none of the centers.
We are expecting the vast majority of our growth downtown and in East Side Village. It is correct that we are expecting additional growth in the other centers. But the vast majority of which is downtown and in East Side Village. So that's the reasoning behind that. And to be clear, the 183-day period permit still applies downtown, East Side Village, any zone. It's just the
Okay.
3-year permit that's the limited one.
Okay. And then one thing I really love is that we're gonna give neighbors notice, and it'd be great if we did that with all projects in the city. More than 300 feet, but thank you for your work on this.
Would be good. Anna. Jeff, were you next?
I guess so.
I'm so sorry. Go right ahead, sir.
No, usual. Thanks so much for working on this. I know it was not in the planning queue and an already busy year for planning commission and DCD. So really appreciate working this in and to the planning commissioners for a lot of due diligence on it. Couple notes. I had the same thing to poke at with the one site. And I think I appreciate the logic. And I'm wondering though, if we could phrase it in a different way, that's maybe a total number of units in this city. And I just want to take an edge case. What if we pass this and BHA is doing the work and someone else comes in and applies for 1 pallet shelter or 2 or something similar that fits in the code, and they're in first and they get accepted? Well, then, okay, we have 1 limited and then this project that we want to go forward can't go forward. Maybe that's unlikely, but I kind of want to safeguard. And could we set a cap on the number of approved units or the total acreage instead of just saying 1 site?
And so for process, it would have to go back to the planning commission if we changed it. And so we need to go back to the planning commission for
Well-
review. Does it need to go back to another process? And I'm gonna just go ahead and as you're coming up, Director Spencer, I want to know if there's any time restrictions that we're looking at. And just to piggyback onto this last question about process for, does this go back to planning commission? Do we have any time constraints?
And so I guess my comment to you is that time is of the essence. You pass the resolution, you set expectations. We received an application, we processed that application. And so I guess we're trying to be as expeditious as possible to get this through and get this done. This is probably one of the fastest zoning code changes we have ever done. And we asked for expedited process with Department of Commerce, et cetera. So we've been as quick as we could. And I guess my comment back to the question, which is, can you change it? The council does have the authority to modify the planning commission's request. Usually the scope of what you change is what was under consideration with the application. In this particular case, and I'd have to do more chatting with Kylie, the application was to amend the temporary encampment code to make this provision for more rigid structures and to have a very predictable time frame so that this capital investment could be worth it. And so that's why we established it for the 3 years. So it was never under consideration to change the number throughout the city. And so in that regard, I think it would probably have to go back to planning commission, but I'd want to do some more chatting with Kylie to figure out, do we need that? And I guess my comment is, nobody has used this code since it's been in place in 2019. So the threat of having somebody come in and do something, I'm not sure is a reality that we're going to experience. That I just don't think that we'll be faced with that. And a lot of folks are trying to do additional units and they're doing them as ADUs. They're doing other kinds of things that they wouldn't be doing it as a pallet structure. I don't think it's going to be financially feasible to just do 1 or 2 of them. Yeah, and it requires a lot of work, the security plan, the wraparound services, all of these kinds of things.
And they would have to have the minimum of, so I'm actually got it right, minimum half acre.
They have to have the minimum half acre. They have to have the screening. They have to have the parking. They have all of this. And I don't think that there's many agencies that are going to be able to get together other than the ones that we already have to be able to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Although just for clarity, so the application didn't request a change to the number limit, but it was planning commission that added it.
No,
No, or
the application before us was to do a more lengthy permit process. And for a rigid structure. So we have the rigid structure and there's criteria that's been established. And the application was to establish this criteria. So if you see the half acre is actually put into the criteria for the conditional use permit. So it's not amending that other site
Yeah.
section.
So it was the planning commission that added the request for no more than one temporary encampment.
No, the
Correct. No,
one
I'm
temporary
sorry, but-
encampment is existing language in the code. The only thing that's been touched
I'm
is
sorry. Okay,
the
that's what I
staff
missed. It's
added after
existing.
planning commission's recommendation. We're trying to make it clear that the planning commission actually didn't make the recommendation for the code change that says, or as pursuant to the RCW. We, subsequent to the planning commission public hearing, have discovered that there's been state law changes since we wrote our code. And so we wanted to make sure that our code had the references to the update to the RCW. So
Okay,
we
so-
wanted to make it clear that it was us staff that added that provision, but it's already existing. So where you see it underlined, the planning commission actually didn't make the recommendation to add that language. We, in concert with the city attorney, added that just to be crystal clear, the state law prevails.
Okay, that's been much clearer. So, okay, so our existing BMC says
Correct.
no more than one temporary encampment.
Yes.
At the city at any time at the moment. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. That's not clear. Okay. What else did I have on this? And so just to clarify, I was already referenced, so if for the low, a no barrier or low barrier shelter, so you could have an existing building at the moment and it could house, say, I don't know, several hundred people, could be retrofitted. There's no barrier. And so that is seeing head nods. And so yeah, completely different code here.
And Counselor Coughlin, do you have a couple, just a quick follow-up, and then I can go to another counselor, but we can do another round of questions if that's okay. I just want to make sure that we're giving everybody a little extra, that we're giving everybody equal time.
Yep, sounds good. It was a very
Yeah,
lengthy
okay.
explanation on my question. So, all right. No, I'll move on.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, any other counselors? Anna?
So just to start off with, I'm so happy that you guys have been working to expedite this left, right, and center. I really appreciate that. I understand the planning commission's desire to just stay with one site. As a former ecologist, I know once you start changing multiple variables, that's when you're staying up all night. So is there anything in this that gives you pause?
I think there's nothing that gives us pause. What I really appreciate is that we reviewed a lot of other municipalities' codes, and most of their conditional use permits only allowed a year. And so they were in this constant churn of going to their hearing examiner or however their process works. And it was only a year. And I guess I don't have a cause for pause. I guess it's a cause for celebration because it's 3 years. Everybody has the chance to see how it works, and we're not doing this process churn year by year. So I guess I'm very appreciative of the fact that it's a longer period of time.
Yeah. Really small process type question, which is when was this presentation put into the packet? Because I downloaded the packet today at 11. Okay. All right. It would be good if we could know important things like that. My actual substantive question on this one is, do you have a feel for how much longer this process, like what would be the next steps in this process?
Yeah, I guess if I can be ever so hopeful, is that you have a public hearing next Wednesday and the city council adopts the code.
Okay. And then it's off your table? It's off your desk?
Yeah, and then we wait for an application and we get going on all the promises that we've been talking about, and this impediment is out of the way.
You have some inklings of from whom you might get that application. I just,
I do have some things.
okay. I
All
have
right.
no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
So at first I was, I remember passing this in the first time, and I know we were like, I think the thinking was if what did we end up with, 185 or whatever that
183.
right. I think we thought, I think we imagined like churches with some extra land might put it here, and then it might just move to something else. And and I think the first thing I'll say is we still have the problem, and no one's used this as a solution. So clearly, it needs some change. And I think that 3 years is probably better than 195 days or 217 days or whatever. And the more I think about this too is for these agencies that are going to take something like this on, we're adding cost to them to make them have to move it to frequently and to find the sites and the resources and all that kind of stuff. So I think this is the right move, and maybe I wish we had done it, in 2019. Anyways, I think this is good, and hopefully we'll move this forward and we can make something happen.
I mean, I'm kind of getting general consensus that we want to move this forward. Do we want to, let me just first of all just highlight how amazing it is that you're able to navigate and move this through so quickly. People, I mean, a lot of people complain about the speed of bureaucracy and so on, but you really fast tracked it for the betterment of our community in collaboration with the community partners. So the city and the community partners, this is one example of collaboration, and it's wonderful. Thank you so much. Yay. It is a cause for celebration. And so just on that note, I'm getting the feeling that we have a general kind of consensus for this to move forward, right? For a vote. Did anybody have are you content to send follow-up questions on this to Director Spencer so that there are, or to Mr. Jackson? I'm sorry, you're the lead on this, right? I forgot about that. You are the lead on this. Yeah. But, okay, so it looks like Jeff has one quick question. So please please ask.
I just want to finish my thought from earlier. Sorry, it's more of a statement. It's that we currently have a code where you could have a 200-person facility, come in to a neighborhood. And this case, you could have just a couple pallet shelters or, 10, 20. And so I just wanted to put out there for folks that this makes so much sense in terms of impact. It's like we already allow this really huge thing, no problem. But if we want to do this really neat, small scale solution, we don't have the code in place. And so getting this in place, that's why it's critical.
Absolutely. Yes. So I'm assuming we're gonna do a public hearing. So it's gonna be a public hearing, and then we're gonna vote. Yeah. No, well, we don't. Yeah. I mean, I think that, so you have some good support, and we're looking forward to seeing more from our community partners on how they're going to submit their application and what's to come from that. So thank you very much. We'll see you on the 3rd.
And that's public hearing with action.
Public hearing with action. Mm-hmm. Okay, folks, it is 7:43, and I am so very impressed that our parks people, who are so used to being busy and up and active because that's what they do, they've been waiting and pacing in the back, because they, and I get it too. I've been waiting too for y'all to come up because you have some good stuff for us. Hello, we have the interim director here, correct? Brian Hauschel. Did I say it right? Okay.
That is correct.
Fantastic. And Parks Preservation and Development Manager, Colette Berna. I almost said Barnes. Nobody ever does that, but I know your name. All right. And we're here for 2 items. The first is the contract award to Nisqually Construction Services, LLC, for construction of Haddon Park Improvement Project. All right. This is exciting.
So yes, we do have thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it, and wanted to take the opportunity to introduce myself as the interim director of Parks and Recreation. So thank you for this, and thank you for your getting us on this long agenda.
For sure.
So we'll try to keep this as short as possible. But some exciting news and some exciting updates with these two agenda items that we would like to share with you this evening.
Yeah, so we're here tonight to get approval to move forward with the contract for Haddon Park construction with the lowest bidder, Nisqually Construction. Bids were opened on May 24th. And also get your approval on the proposed funding package to implement the plan. And we felt that, you know, it might be a good idea since it's been a while. I have not been in front of you discussing this project. Just gonna give a brief overview of the project and the site. So I just have 4 slides, if that's okay. But they're jam-packed. So first off, Haddon Park was developed as a park in 1998. Prior to that, there was a school, some of you might know, Lulu Haddon Elementary School, which is shown in the lower left-hand corner of the parcel. The parcel is a 4-acre triangular parcel, and you can see that footprint of the school. Prior to a school being there, my understanding is the school was developed in 1941 and was demolished in the 80s. There was a informal landfill on the bottom corner of the site, and then that was filled over during the development of the school to create a flat area for recreation. So the city developed the park developed it as a park, but there has been no capital improvements since that 1998 development. So you can see in the upper photos, existing conditions. Currently, no part of the park is ADA compliant. There's no accessible pathways to, for instance, the sports court or the drinking fountain or the picnic table. And many of the features are substandard. As you can see, the bathroom, one of the comments that we got a lot in our survey was that the park needed a bathroom. I think people didn't realize that that was a bathroom because it's not located near the other activity areas. It almost looks like a storage shed. It's not accessible. And then the former playground that unfortunately needed to be removed due to safety concerns. You can see it was boarded up here. That was actually 10 years old prior to it being installed in 1988. It was donated to the city from the Navy, who had it in storage for 10 years. So they they didn't find a place for it, but we did, and it served its useful life there. So as I'm sure you all know, this project is identified as a high priority in the PROS plan, which was adopted by City Council in 2020. The improvement recommendations of that plan to prepare a master plan to guide the renovation, obviously making everything ADA compliant, ADA parking, pathways, new restroom, shelter, playground, basketball court, which is really critical. This is the only full-size basketball court in West Bremerton, and site furniture. We have, the slide is a little bit cut off, but the other 2 things that were identified in the plan were to plant more trees for shade and also to remove the poplar trees that are wreaking havoc on some of the pathways there. So next slide. So the public outreach actually started in 2020, and we sent out this very lengthy 2-page survey with a combination of, it's not legible here, but a combination of multiple choice questions and write-in questions. And we included a self-addressed stamped envelope so that we could get people to, you know, fill it out and send it back, make it as easy as possible. We sent it out to 980 households within a 10-minute walking distance of the park. We invited them to a public meeting in that survey, and ended up having to reschedule due to the pandemic. But in any case, we had multiple public meetings with the Parks and Recreation Commission, and based on the feedback that we got from the survey, we learned that the primary things that people wanted in that lower right-hand corner, I don't know if you can see the survey, one of the questions was based on the limited resources that we have, what are the priorities? And number 1 was the restroom, and we'll be bringing the contract to purchase the restroom at the next council cycle. The second one was, I think, I don't have it up close, but I think it was the playground and so on. So all of the features that were high priorities from that public survey were obviously included in the master plan. Once we had that master plan to apply for grants, we posted it at the park with a QR code so people could continue to give us their feedback and so forth. But the master plan was approved by the Parks and Rec Commission in July of 2020. We went out for grants in that same year, were awarded the grants late 2021 and awarded the contract with Parametrics to do the engineering design in 2022. Next slide. So the main reason why this project has taken so long and the costs have escalated so much is because of the historic landfill, not because of the concern of contamination, but because of the historic nature of the landfill. Whenever you get a grants money from the RCO, Recreation Conservation Office for the state, you need to do an archaeological survey or a cultural resource survey. And given the year of the landfill being more than 50 years and some of the debris that they were pulling up, old lotion bottles and caps that they found interesting from the 1940s and things that were going on at that time, they deemed that historic and put it on the historic registrar. That really limited what we could do in that area and required a redesign of the park, because at that point, the whole thing had been graded with a equal parts, essentially cut and fill, to save on money of bringing fill into the site and making everything accessible. And we were no longer able to do any cutting in that area more than 1 foot based on the restrictions of the RCO and the cultural resource recommendation. So for instance, we do have basketball hoop footings that need to be replaced that are within that footprint, but we did get an exemption for that because the footings will go 4 feet below grade, but we'll have to have a cultural resource archaeologist on site during that work so that anything that's found, they can document and take pictures of it and then put it back and bury it where it was. So the primary cost escalation was the regrading of the site, the rerouting of the utilities around that historic landfill. You can see on the bottom left-hand corner the project summary in terms of what's needed for revenue to make the project whole. This is became a $1.7 million project. We had $988,500 in grants. Once we realized that this landfill was the other thing that the landfill did was it required us to hold off on doing any of our geotech work, which created a schedule sort of nightmare because until we got the green light to get the geotech work, then our consultant couldn't continue their work, the engineering work that was needed to get to continue the project. And then once we got the green light from RCO that the geotech could continue their work, their schedule had changed and they couldn't fit us in. So there was sort of a domino effect in terms of schedule around this landfill, but we are very excited to be where we are right now and having the project out to bid. The downside, obviously, is that it's going to cost more money than what we had anticipated. However, we have a funding plan in place. I don't know, Mike, if you want to step in here now and talk about the proposed plan.
Sure. So as you can see, sort of in the slides there, this project originally had $400,000. The lower white document in the bottom left corner has the numbers. You'll see there's $400,000 of rate that's been approved previously to fund the project to make it whole. That was prior to what Colette has alluded to with the increased costs. So right now we're proposing to underwrite the worst case scenario with you see there 327,000.
Just a pause. Do we have this particular slide in our packet with the numbers on? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not seeing. I see the map. Which page are you? Okay. Thank you.
245.
Please keep going.
Yes. So worst case scenario to fund with additional REIT of $327,000 to get this project to completion. There's also a scenario, and I think Colette can speak to it. We've reached out to be able to
pending, the $89,000, 700 from the youth athletic fields, potential, which could potentially reduce that number. Best case scenario in this project with, if we didn't need the contingency set aside, would be an additional $120,000 of REIT dollars to get this project to completion. We'll have an additional discussion with the Kitsap Lake project, has a similar situation, a little bit better scenario with some funding options, but still need to underwrite. The identified funding is set aside in 2026. We have Pendergast Park with $2 million set aside. We're not close to moving that project forward. We're looking to reallocate those funds to these park projects. As we spoke to in the fall or before budget, that's why we want to hold those REIT dollars in place for things like this, cost increases, cost overruns. We're going to need them. So we do have the funds sitting there in REIT to be able to pivot off the $2 million from Pendergast and move about in total. You'll see about $600,000 in total what we'll need for these two projects. But the money is sitting there.
2 projects. Are you looping in Kitsap Lake?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So how much, I'm sorry, I just want clarification individually for Haddon Park.
$327,000
Thank you very
is
much
what
for
we're
reiterating that. Okay.
Yeah, and I
327. Got it.
forgot to mention, thank you, Mike, that once we realized that this landfill was escalating the cost, we reached out to RCO to ask if there was any options for additional grant funding. And they said that within the youth athletic facility grant, that there was an option to ask for 10% of the cost of the YAF or youth athletic facility elements. So 10% of the parking lot, sports court, and restroom was what was requested, the 89,700. And we're hopeful that we'll get that and hopeful that we'll hear either this week or next week.
Okay.
Next slide is just the plan enlargement of the main activity areas. And again, these were just the conceptual drawings that were used to go after the grants, but just to give you a sense of the inspirational images for the restroom play area, we're going to be having future public meetings to select that play equipment, example of the shelter, accessible parking, and so forth. Next slide. And this slide is just with the blurred faces, unfortunately, but just to show how excited we are to move this project forward and potentially have a grand opening next summer, similar to what we did at Minette Park, and give the neighborhood the park that they desire and deserve.
Thank you so much. Okay, and what I neglected to do in the beginning, was this item discussed in any committee? Okay, can you turn your mic on for me there? And
Finance.
any lingering questions that have not been addressed in this presentation?
I think so. I just want to, can I clarify something?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, so it's 330 is the sort of worst case right now.
Mhm.
And then we've identified almost 90 from the one,
RCO.
and there's another possible, didn't you say it was down to one best case, like,
We have set aside contingency in the amount. So if we don't need that, the best case scenario, if we receive the youth athletic grant increase, did not need the contingency, the additional REIT ask would be, let's see, $120,000.
so just trying to, what I bring up here is that they're actively working to reduce this, the extra financial burden that the city might face on this.
Mhm.
But the real issue is we need to get it moving forward. And unless we think we could put Haddon off to next year. Well, the vote anyways. So I'm just making sure Anna's awake. So yeah. So yeah, anyways, I think the finance committee supports this.
Can you turn your mic on? Of
It's
course,
almost
yes.
always on, but
That's fine, Jane. So
Yeah.
what I just wanted to make sure of is that the chair of are you on finance as well?
Yes.
Okay. So are we going to you next? You go for it.
Okay, so I guess my only concern, and I want this park to get built. I mean, God, they've been without nothing for years now. But I don't understand how we just found out yesterday that it was $317,000 short, or whatever that number is, or $327,000 short. I mean, I looked back in Park Commission meeting minutes that are very vague, and I didn't see anything brought to the Parks Commission prior to this And like, hey, you just started, it wasn't your position. I understand that, but I think when we're talking about big chunks of money that you or administration, somebody's got to come give us a heads up because we use REIT money for everything in the city. So I guess that's my major heartburn.
Thank you for that. I totally agree.
And all I can say on that is that we have been giving the commission updates on this project. They know about the challenges that we've been facing on this project. We didn't know about the full cost until we got the bids back. Yeah.
Okay, Denise.
Again, really supportive of this park. Way overdue, yada, yada, yada. I have concerns about how quickly we reference Pendergast and that we're going to be using that money. And I'm working with LTAC to try to increase dollars for we need long-term planning. And we need to keep these plans going. And so I really hope that the Parks Commission or whoever gets Pendergast back on track because it's a future opportunity.
Can we keep it germane to the topic, which is the contract award to Nisqually Construction Services?
It is
LLC?
germane. It is germane. We're referencing taking money from Pendergast. That's what
Okay.
I heard Mike Riley say.
So let me clarify. So it's allocated in a bucket. It's REIT money. So
Right.
we can work REIT dollars in other places, but that parks to parks makes the most sense, obviously, with a parks project and with an overrun, we need to find the funding. That's the funding source is REIT. So I just want to bring up, we did have a set aside in there for Pendergast without a fully funded plan or any outside funding at this point in time. So just as an example where the money would come from REIT, so you can believe that searching for the word I'm looking for, confidence in the REIT fund balance that this impact will not dramatically impact the REIT fund balance.
I believe that council and you and everybody has REIT on our mind and the restrictions and so forth and opportunities. I'm just gonna be a squeaky wheel. We don't have a parks director. I don't see long-term planning with parks and I don't see the vision. And it makes me worried when we talk about REIT money that way. We don't have a strong advocate. We really don't for parks. Other than, I'm not saying we individually are all strong advocates, but I'm sorry, our Parks Department has not been a strong advocate for future planning and maintenance is wonderful and, all of that, but I am concerned. I want it. And as a council, we have responsibility for the future. We make decisions now that are going to impact our citizens later. I don't want to keep stealing from Peter to pay Paul. And so I'm very concerned about that. REIT money.
Jeff?
Thank you. Just a clarifying question and then an idea. So I noticed Matthew's electric bid like crazy low. Was that just a misunderstanding on their part or?
Yeah, they were just bidding as a subcontractor, not the full project.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. And then sometimes public works projects will have an engineer's estimate. I think it's not common practice for parks as well, or?
No, we did have an engineer's
Oh.
estimate, yeah. And the Nisqually, the lowest bid actually was lower than the engineer's estimate, but the engineer's estimate continued to escalate as time went on and
Okay.
with the redesign, yeah.
Gotcha. I hasn't seen the bid tabulation, so I was wondering, okay.
Mhm.
So then thank you for that. So the question is, this is Parks Capital. We've been talking about at the mid-year budget adjustment here, looking at the Gold Mountain Golf Course Fund. And that at the beginning of the year, the projection was that they would have excess revenue. And we said that if indeed that was the case, we would look at pulling some of that into Parks Capital. So is that on the table?
At this point, we have, no, we're not proposing that. There is some dollars there. There is golf needs that they have reinvestment for capital that's needed out there. We'll be bringing that to council during budget, but at mid-year, no, there wasn't, not a proposal to move money to the Parks Capital Fund at this time.
So I believe there was the common understanding at setting the budget that we would look at that mid-year budget adjustment. That was council's understanding with administration.
Yes, if there was funding available
If there was
outside of the golf course capital needs, and there's capital needs there that needs some attention. I think Brian and myself have been out to the golf course talking about the capital need and just in their operation as well. We could look at that as an alternative. Our goal is to move forward, obviously, to award the contract, move forward, but we can look at some options there. But there is a capital need at the course, just on equipment, and we could brief the council on that as well. So.
Okay. So we can award the contract and then look at that in the down the road. And if there happens to be an excess, then we don't have to pull from REIT. Okay. Cool, thank you.
Mayor Wheeler, would you like to reply to something?
Yeah, as far as, thank you. Thank you, Council President. As far as funding, so the strategy being proposed, I've already contacted our lobbyist. So we'll make a priority to get Kitsap covered. Go back to the state, get some more money in, and it's going to be the same thing when we use the word underwrite. We've been successful. We'll keep trying to be successful, going back to Olympia. Then we can put the REIT money back into the REIT account. So, and it's going to be a high priority. These two park projects, to me, are going to be our highest priority. We got to get them both completed to the full vision that the public put the effort into helping us define. So,
Anna?
Hi, I'm Anna Mockler. This park is in my district. There are almost 3,000 people who live within a 10-minute walk of Lulu Haddon Park. The district is 49% low income. It's highly racially diverse. These are the reasons, these are half of the reasons that at some point while I'm speaking, I may wax passionate. The absence of Haddon Park is felt much more strongly in my district than the absence of a playground, in addition to the shelter and the new restroom and the wide sidewalks and the beautiful streets of Kitsap Lake. I'm quite concerned that the matter of the landfill, according to Director Elevato, was resolved in May of 2023, and that I have not yet received, and I no longer expect to, an answer to my email asking why design could not proceed in 2023. I understand that construction is often difficult to accomplish if you begin in May, right? That getting bids sent out, that might not work. But design was not yet complete when Director Elevato presented at my town hall in February of this year. Nor were we shown the outline of the landfill, which, as you said, are saying has altered all of your plans for accessibility. Nor was any indication given us at that time that a huge increase in the cost was contemplated, and that the engineer's estimate had continued to rise. This is all information that good government provides to its people. I'm really trying to be brief here. The rest of this council is very familiar with my showing them photographs of the drinking fountain, for example, in Haddon Park, which was turned off in March of 2020 and has still not been turned on. I was at a public meeting with residents.
Yes, yes. So this is a little bit of a diatribe, and what I'd
Not
like.
support moving forward with this contract.
You want me to speak to that directly?
That's what's before us this evening. And to be quite honest, the staff that's here tonight, I don't think is at the, but if you want to direct maybe some of that to the mayor, I just feel like
Fair enough. No,
we're-
you're right.
do we want to spend 300,000
You're
or do we want to
persuasive.
wait?
No, you are persuasive. I want Kitsap Lake taken off. I want Kitsap Lake to wait. That is the pitch that I am making to you.
Okay, so we're dealing with two separate motions here. So Anna, I'm gonna go ahead and defer to another counselor if they'd like to go ahead and make another comment. Any other counselors like to ask any questions? Well, we have a time limit at this time of night to go on a long, let's go ahead and let other counselors have their time as well. And if we come back around and you still want to have a question, that's great. Okay, you don't have your,
Let's talk about parks.
let's keep germane to this topic because we have two staff members here who are not the normal people who have been here throughout this process. They don't deserve to get this. They don't deserve to be treated like this. They're coming here. They've waited the entire meeting to come and present about this park. So I'd like to know if there's any other questions specifically about the contract award to Nisqually Construction Services LLC for construction of Haddon Park Improvement Project. Do any other counselors have any specific questions about that contract? Yes, Anna.
So I note that Nisqually Construction has zero experience in having any contract or subcontract with equal opportunity compliance. And that Rodarke, who came in a couple of, I don't know, like 10 or $20,000 more, have had a significant experience. I was wondering, had you taken that into consideration when choosing to award it to Nisqually?
We did check Nisqually references and they came back phenomenally. Linda Monroe, the contracts administrator, has been helping me with some of checking all of the boxes as far as like what you're referring to. So I can't speak to that, but she can.
And my final question is, do you expect construction to be completed in 2024?
We expect the Nisqually construction to be completed in 2024 and then the playground to be installed at the beginning of next year.
Thank you.
Just to clarify on that, the playground is not part of Nisqually's scope of work. They're going to be installing the curbing around the playground, the ready rock wall that will support the bank and create a seat wall at the back end of the playground and the curb ramp into the playground, but the actual play equipment and the safety surfacing will be installed out of contract to save money.
Can you please have your microphone on if you're making comments? Yeah,
Sorry. So thank you. Was my primary comment.
perfect.
My secondary comment was to confirm that the playground will not be installed until 2025 in the spring or summer of 25.
We're hoping in the spring so we can have that grand opening in the summer.
That would be quite pleasant. Thank you.
So when you say it's out of contract, does that mean that we're going to do something like they did when they upgraded Kiwanis Park, where it's volunteers and staff doing the work? Okay, thank you.
Counselors, how would you like to treat this item?
General business.
Okay. What heard loud and clear, very forceful button on that. So general business, what I'd like to encourage our counselors to do is so that there's no surprises to please send questions you might have ahead of time so that if there's any answers that you can mitigate ahead of time before the next council meeting, that you can get those answers first. That way that our staff isn't surprised in the context of a meeting. They just want to be prepared. So send your questions ahead of time. That way they can be prepared. Thank you. Okay. Next
Could you give us an example of the type of questions that you would like us to send?
I can't predict what kinds of questions you will
Okay.
have, so
Thank-
you will have to mitigate that yourself. Okay. The next one is item D14, contract award to Red Side Construction LLC for construction of the Kitsap Lake Park renovation project. Was this item discussed in any committees? Was it in finance? Okay. Michael, do you have any thoughts on this particular item? No, thank you. Mic on.
Yep. Yeah, we said a similar discussion happened at finance. We kind of asked for best case, worst case. And again, they're already working to bring the actual burden down, but we need to look at that worst case number today because to get these projects moving so that they can be.
So it sounds like some of the overarching, like lingering questions with finances, how do we fill the gap of funding? It's not, yeah, and this isn't really
Yes.
about the project itself
No.
or the bid.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please continue.
Well, similar to Haddon, I wanted to give a brief overview of the project. This project has actually been under design prior to Haddon. So we actually applied for the grants for this project the same time that we applied for Warren Avenue Park. So back in 2018, but we didn't start the A&E work until 2020 based on workload, and had similar but different challenges with this project due to site conditions, proximity to the wetland and the lake. We had a permit issue hold up with Corps of Engineers for 2.5 years, not receive any comment from them on how to proceed with the in-water work that we needed permitted. Once we did get a confirmation from them that we could get the permit, we needed to also do a redesign of the parking lot to change the grading and pull the outfall away from the wetland. And that resulted in a little bit of a cost increase, not as much as the Haddon, but while we were waiting to get the project permitted, we were able to implement some ADA improvements to the restroom pictured here. The uneven pavers were removed and replaced with nice brand new concrete that our streets department did a nice job installing. New roof, then the parks crew installed all new ADA fixtures inside of the restroom and drinking fountain outside. So that was all funded by the CDBG grant. CDBG grant that has been completed. It's included in the funding summary here because the that work was used as match for these other grants, but it's already been completed. Excuse the font. It seems like there was a little formatting issue, but this project is a high priority as well. It's been a high priority on both the 2014 PROS plan and the 2020 PROS plan that were adopted by City Council. You can see the boat launch here pictured in the bottom left hand corner is really at this point a liability more than an amenity. There's a steep drop off there at the ramp, and then the upper left photo shows the spaces between the planks on the ramp so that tires often get trapped or stuck in between those. Yeah, it's not very usable. Not there's the planks are rotting. You can see the middle photo on the top. There's exposed hardware in sections that have potential to damage boats. The Kitsap Lake Park was developed 36 years ago, and there's been no capital improvement since then. So these fixtures are really important to our community for fishing, wildlife viewing, all these things, getting out into the lake. This is our only freshwater lake in Bremerton. And the only way to make it better is to tear it down and replace it. Also, we have similar challenges on this park in terms of accessibility. You can see the designated accessible picnic table is not accessible. The side slope is greater than 2%. There's no pathway leading into it. The other challenge with this site is the finished floor elevation of the restroom is a lot higher than the lake. And so it made the grading of the site really, really challenging. We wanted to avoid having any ramps or railings. We wanted to keep a kind of open sight line of the lake. That's the most beautiful part of the site there. And we were able to achieve that, but it took a lot of design to make that happen. Next slide. So this is just an overview of some of the public outreach that we did, planning meetings at the site, planning meetings at the Parks and Rec Commission. items that were identified in the 2020 adopted pros plan that we're able to implement with this project. First, number one, ensuring the boat launch and docks remain in safe, usable conditions. I said the only way to do that is to remove and replace. The issue of accessibility, the improvement recommendations to all of the site furnishings, obviously, and then the desire for a picnic shelter at the site. And then there's some other photos there of just the simple lack of curb ramps and lack of accessible boat trailer parking. All the joining pathways don't comply with the current ADA standards. Next slide. So this was the master plan that was kind of soup to nuts, like what could we do with this entire site if, money was no option. And a couple things that came out of the public planning process is the desire for these nature trails and wetland viewpoints and so forth. None of that is included in this scope. So the scope is limited to the kind of lime green thick dashed line, the limits of work. So focused on the in-water facilities, the accessible boat launch, accessible fishing dock. We'll actually be able to have an accessible pathway from the parking lot to get you down to the lake. There's none of that exists now. There's just this old kind of timber wall that stops you from getting to the water. So the accessibility at the lowland area will be greatly improved. And then as we started looking at the site as a whole, this whole upland of the site has not ever been developed. There was originally a home there, I understand, at the top end of the site that was in like a caretaker's home for a while. I believe it was demolished in 2007 or so and just reseeded and hydroseeded, but none of that has been developed. And the desire during the planning sessions was to have a shelter at the site, a place that, overlooking the water at that upland area. If none of you have been there, I really, I'll show you a picture of actually the last slide to show you what that view is like from the upland area. And then the desire, there's no playground here. This is a neighborhood park and it doesn't include these basic neighborhood park amenities. Next slide. So as we were developing this project and getting moving forward on the construction documents, we identified the elements. Since we have so many different funding sources, we needed to create different schedules to make sure that we could clearly define what grant was paying for what. So for instance, Schedule A is being paid for by the ALEA grant, the Aquatic Land Enhancement Account grant. Schedule B is the boating grant. Schedule C, thankfully, we've partnered with Public Works and Utilities to help us with the stormwater management elements that will help improve the water quality of the lake. So there's $100,000 slated for that. And then Schedule D, we went after a Department of Commerce grant to fund. It's actually, the grant was written to fund any of the elements, but as the kind of the last cherry on top at the playground in the upland area. But as we knew that Haddon Park was escalating in cost with the landfill and the redesign, we wanted to have the option to potentially phase this project if it came to that. But when we analyzed the costs of that upland area with the playground, the cost benefit analysis, it didn't really make sense because of this opportunity to apply for this another Department of Commerce grant, so another $200,000. So the funding plan on this worst case scenario, we'll need an additional $311,581. If the DOC grant is awarded, which we're confident it will be, that will drop down to $111,581. But a good portion of that is contingency. So potentially we won't need any additional funds for Kitsap Lake.
Did you have any? Was that it for your
Oh,
presentation?
let's see. Let's go to the last slide. Sorry, I jumped ahead. So this is the last slide of the just some of the inspirational images. Again, new fish friendly dock, And then really bring your attention to that upland area and the location of the picnic shelter overlooking the lake. That's such a unique opportunity to have in any community, but for everyone to enjoy. So yeah, thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berna. Okay, shall we treat this as consent?
Let me ask a question.
Sorry, I tried to rush that one through, but I couldn't even not laugh. Jane, please go ahead. Or do you want to make any further comment as the finance? Okay.
No.
Let me go ahead and to Jane then.
Okay. So in your out of contract elements, the restrooms done, permitting, whatever. But there's another $230,000 worth of work, like the shelter, the landscaping, the playground. Is staff doing that too?
No, but for both projects, we purchased the shelter directly and had the contractor install it. So that's why the shelter is included in the out of
So
contract
that's
element.
just the shelter itself. The
Mhm.
contract includes the
Installation.
installation.
Mhm, correct.
And the landscaping and the playground. The playground is another.
Out of contract, yeah, that we'll also do a community build day like we did for.
Okay. And we've brought it up before, and I'm sure you probably haven't heard it, but it'd be great if we could start charging people to use our boat launches. Especially, the one down in Evergreen's falling apart, and then this one is not very usable. And a lot of these facilities are used by people who don't live in Bremerton and don't pay the taxes and the REIT money that we need to keep these going. So just on your to-do list, because I know you've got plenty of time.
Jane, would you mind following up with an email to the parks folks with that suggestion? Okay. Any other questions from the?
What was the engineer's estimate on this one?
I don't have that offhand, but the red side was lower than the engineer's estimate as
Okay.
well. So we did get slightly lower. Yeah. We did
Great.
get good bids.
Great news. Thank you.
Anna?
Thanks. So I really like the detailed topo and construction map on this Kitsap Lake Park renovation project. Does similar drawings exist for Ludo Haddon Park?
Can you?
That's just yes or no. That's all I'm asking. And I'm moving on to say,
you.
this is about a 2-acre park. Is that correct?
I don't, I think it is 2 acres and then plus the 44 of the wetland. Yeah.
Okay. And it's classified as a neighborhood park? I'm just, I'm not really sure what that means.
Mhm.
Can you clarify that for me?
So in our proposed plan, we have identified regional parks like Pendergast, which
Okay.
draw a large region of people to it, and has a bigger complex, sports complex. Our community parks are also larger parks, and they consist of Evergreen, Lions, and NAD. And then our neighborhood parks are kind of the smaller,
Yeah. Got
5 to
McCann Park. Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I guess what's the construction schedule? And I hope it's not out of line for me to ask, what is the construction schedule on these 2 parks?
You've already asked the construction schedule for the previous item that's been listed as
Oh, fine. Well, what
25.
is-
Yeah, let's move on to Kitsap Lake here.
Yeah, what's the construction schedule for Kitsap Lake Park?
Well, we have a fish window from August to February that we can do the in-water work. There's about a 3-month lead time to get all the pilings and the decking and everything that's needed. So the goal is to award the contract so that the contractor can start with procuring those items and then start construction as soon as they get them.
And they're a nearby construction company, right? Bainbridge, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah. I guess I'm wondering further in this contract, because it seems like quite a bit of money is going into the wetland, and which, I think is totally great. But was there some threat to the wetland that has prompted this, or is it just a desire to showcase a beautiful natural ecosystem?
So the master plan included those kind of trails and boardwalks through the wetland. That's not included in the scope of work that we're talking about. That was just the overall master plan. Yeah.
Was there some threat to the wetland that, so extensive work is being done in it, the wetland vaults, the trenches, et cetera?
That is really just to manage the stormwater coming off of the parking lot to reduce the contaminants going into the lake.
Great. And I know Director Elevado would have been deeply disappointed about the play area has been relegated to a future.
So our goal is to complete the play area in this phase, similar to Haddon, in the contract with the Red Side, they would be responsible for the pathways and curbing around the play area, the curb ramp into the play area, and then the play equipment and safety surfacing would come in a different phase out of contract.
And that's all up there in the upper right-hand corner called play area and
Correct.
seating.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And just, do you happen to know how many people live within a 10-minute walk of this park?
I don't know that.
Okay. Thanks.
Counselors, any other questions? Okay, how would you like to treat the item? Consent?
General business.
Okay. And again, I'm going to reiterate, if you have any further clarifying questions, please email them to the appropriate staff member. So do you want questions regarding both of the items 13 and 14, which will be on general business? Who should we direct them to specifically? Would that be
Both of us.
the both of the, okay. So make sure to copy the both Colette Berna and Brian Halschel with those questions. All right, thank you. I'm going to take a break. So we're going to bring this meeting back to order at 8:40. Sorry. I need to use the restroom and I need to vape. I need to quit vaping. I was at my therapist. We were meditating today at my therapist's office. All I could think is I need to quit vaping. That's fine stuff.
How about you?
Oh, right. Don't know that. Don't know. I know. I just washed my hands with a wet.
That's okay. No problem. Charlene Burnett. former employee for 37.
Oh, is that all?
I used to sit back there and do my beat.
Oh,
I was the wizard.
I thought you said Rizzo for a second. Well, I love it.
You know Rizzo?
That's not Breeze. I don't know what Breeze is.
No, talking about Anthony Rizzo, ball killer.
No.
Former Cub. His name's
Oh.
Anthony Rizzo.
I don't follow football.
Oh, I do. It's,
I was kidding about the football
Anyway,
reference. My
are
years
you-
with the big cups. He's always with the underdogs.
I would like to be your
I ran out of cards at Pinewood today, so
What's wrong?
Pinewood is the most hard part. We're talking about it. Literally, you're not really there.
I was saying.
I'll tell you what, and I'll write my cell phone number on the back.
Yeah, great.
Sure. But and here's what I gotta do, because I don't have memorized, I gotta look up my cell phone number on this. Michael hates the digital. You actually saved it? Okay. He resists, and he has to like scroll up.
Oh,
No, I'm all about, if I'm getting public records requested, I'm giving them my phone.
counts, it's your council.
Yes, nice.
Where do you physically live?
I physically live in that little cul-de-sac between Lent Landing and Lions, the pickleball court.
Right on.
Yeah.
I'm a pickler.
You are.
I'm there.
I don't know,
Tuesday and
I joke
Thursday.
about it. I joke about it, but it really doesn't bother me that, I mean, I live next to a sports park.
Hello,
Yeah.
that's joy.
I know, people are happy, you know, we have a huge group out there. I'm thinking about going out there and schlepping lemonade one of these days, so.
Anyway, I will call you
Yep.
and we can talk. 'Cause I got,
Yeah.
concern.
Okay, yeah, no, I would love.
I was in Parks in 20.
Ah.
There. It's, this is.
Oh, okay.
This is. And you wrote something last year.
Get a hold of me and we'll make some
Yeah,
time.
okay.
Maybe we'll go for a walk at Lions Park.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wrote that. That's the entry level maintenance position. Who can you train for the planet change? And you're putting with guardrail. Okay, that's what.
Well, we have a bid out. We have bid out for it.
Oh, it's not a bid, it's a job that I took properly, I looked at it, it's job is fine, the whole thing, or something, and a lot of stuff. It's kindergarten bullshit.
I got your one.
Wait,
It's on the back of the car.
Yeah. Yeah. I,
over there. What's for day to day? They go to school. They go to school. He looks at native today, or last week, or yesterday. Well, I don't think that. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bring us back to order. Boom. You guys, we are moving right along. Are we still recording it? Okay. Well, everything has been okay. That's okay. We've been recording during our break. Okay. That's great. Okay. So we are back to order and we are at general council business. So Councilmember Jane Rebelowski would like to lead a discussion on the Parks Commission. Can you go ahead and, yeah, here you go.
When we were discussing, council's suggestions for the new, Parks Director or Parks and Recreation Director, one of the things that several of us brought up was that we didn't have any good line of communication with the Parks Department. And our city attorney said that they don't have to talk to us. They talk to the mayor. And it's just because the mayor allows his staff to go and talk to us. That's why we have that right. But ordinance 4724, section 5, the Parks and Recreation Commission shall serve in an advisory capacity to the city council. Second is the mayor, and third is the Parks and Recreation staff. And amongst their duties is to assist with a review of the budget, promote parks and rec in the community, assist in the establishment of short-term and long-term goals, and help monitor the park system. Now, those aren't all of their duties, but those are the major ones. So I've been reading all the Parks Commission minutes that are available. And of course, since I haven't had a meeting since March, there was no minutes available for February or December because they hadn't been around to approve them. But they're really vague, like it'll say on the agenda that we're gonna discuss what all of our that they're gonna lay out what the goals are for that year. But then in the minutes, it doesn't say what those goals were. And seeing as nobody's been reporting to council about it, and it looks like it's been going on for a pretty long time because one of the current parks commissioners who used to be on council actually sent in a letter because he was surprised that the parks commissioners didn't even know that there was a interim director appointed. And he said that it'd be nice to start giving more information to council also, because when he was on council, he got very limited information. So I get that the staff is working hard, and this is no reflection on the staff. But we need to, like, when there's $700,000 that may have to be transferred from one fund to another, it's not like this is brand new news. And that's something that I really feel that we should be getting monthly reports or something about what's going on. If there's problems with the finances or, you know, something like the garbage dump, you know, we should know about that in a timely manner. And it shouldn't have to wait until 6 months, a year, or 2 years later for things to be known to the council. Because it's really hard for us to respond to our constituents when we don't know what's going on. So I hope in the future that we find a mechanism that really works where parks can report to council so we know what's going on.
If I can have a moment to address it. So, Counselor Roboff, you started that with saying that I had said that the Parks Director didn't have to report to council, and then you.
No, you said the directors didn't have to, that you didn't have to have Public Works Committee meetings. We didn't have to have public safety, that there was nothing required for any of the directors to report to council.
That's correct. And then you said that this ordinance was contrary to that?
Yes.
In what way?
Because the number one person or group that they're supposed to be advising is the city council.
This is the Parks Commission.
Yes.
Right, not the Parks Director.
So how is the Parks Commission reporting to us?
Well, last year they sent a letter and reported to council that way. Commissioner Ducky had a long list of recommendations that was sent to the council president, and that the council president, I think, shared, and I think he set aside time for him to come and do a presentation.
So that was one time in a year?
I'm just saying that's an example that comes to mind looking at Jeff, because I remember him
Yeah,
doing
that's
it.
correct.
But I'm just saying, what I'm saying is that was in the context of whether we add parks to a different council committee.
Yeah.
And you made the comment that the other directors have to come and talk to council once a month. And I said that that actually isn't true, that those are committees that the council has, that those are council committees, that the directors aren't members of those committees, and that they appear basically on their own. I'm just trying to make it clear. Are you saying that I said something inaccurate or not?
I took it as what you said was inaccurate based on the ordinance.
Okay. And how is that inaccurate?
Because the Parks and Recreation Commission does not serve as an advisory to city council. I mean, having one person from the Parks Commission come talk on one issue a year or a year and a half ago doesn't really count to me as that they're advising city council.
But that's the commission, not the director.
So let me pause here. What I believe, let me just make sure I understand. So what you're saying, Jane, is that there's a code that says the Parks Commission should be advising us.
Yes.
What I also hear Attorney Fennell saying is that directors are not implored to come and report to us. It's a courtesy that they're here. But these are two separate issues. So you're acknowledging the accuracy of what Attorney Fennell is saying, which is okay. The directors do not have to come to our committee meetings. However, our code is stating that the commission is to come. It says shall advise us.
Yep. It says shall.
And just a point of clarification, and Jeff, you'll remember better than me, when Ducky came and gave a report, was he still a Parks Commissioner?
Yes, I believe his term had just not been renewed at that point.
But he was still a commissioner. Okay, but his
believe
term was
so.
not renewed. Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted to be clear because I didn't think that I'd given inaccurate advice and it seemed to be that you were implying that I had.
Mic on, sorry.
If I could speak, Jane.
Sure.
Yeah, I think she said that she interpreted it that way, but I think
Right, do
she
you
hears
still
you.
believe that?
I don't believe that you misled us.
Okay, do you
But
think what
I
I
do
said was
believe,
inaccurate?
I do believe that the Parks and Recreation Commission is not serving in an advisory capacity to council and hasn't been for quite a while. I
Okay,
mean,
and I
one
think that's a-
person coming and then not being reappointed is not them reporting to us in an advisory manner.
Okay, and I think that's a separate issue than whether or not directors are required to come to a council committee.
It is separate.
So
I'm basing it on when you said that they didn't have to report to us on it, because when we were talking about the new job description for the parks director, and at that discussion, we were saying, well, we don't know what they're doing. And you, at that time, and my understanding of what you said was, they don't have to come and tell you.
I'm gonna take a break from this, okay, so we can process it, but, Michael?
So, that aside, I actually like what Jane has brought up. It sounds to me that probably just over the years, the reporting, if assuming there was some, it just got watered down, didn't happen, and so, that we have an opportunity here as we bring on a new park director to work with the administration and say like, hey, we would like to build some time for some regular check-ins. And so I think that's a great idea. I know that there is a difference between the Parks Commission and Public Works Committee and things like that, the way it's structured and stuff. So I know there was some language about it being different and how we don't serve on that per se. But yeah, I think that as a minimum, why weren't we just even getting like every month's minutes just email to us all? Like that should be like the lowest amount of effort from that. So, and I'm sure the Parks Commission would love to feel like they're being heard from us. So I think this is a great opportunity, Jane, to make that happen. And maybe we invite I don't know, it could be monthly, it could be quarterly, for the chair of the parks to come and just give us kind of like a mayor's report, just come and update us on stuff and keep things in the loop. So, or maybe we start out monthly and then kind of gauge it from there. That's all. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Jeff?
To echo, what Michael said, and that's why last year when the when the Parks Commission, voted to send us recommendations, and then that's why, yes, please come and present and tell us. I think historically they have not been encouraged to do that and encouraged to live up to their duties in the BMC. So that's why I tried last year to really hard to be like, yes, we want to hear from you. We want your input by the BMC. So the more that we as a council can encourage that and honestly require it, if an item comes to us and it hasn't gone through the proper Parks Commission vetting by the BMC, then we kick it back. But yeah, ideally a monthly update would be great if there's time. And I'd like to see the same from Planning Commission if possible, just a few minute update of this is what they tackled this month, this is what they're tackling next month. I know the agendas are out there, but it'd be, as we're tagging up on Parks and Public Works and all the others, just to touch on Public Works and Public Safety, to touch on Parks and Planning would be, I think, holistic.
Anna?
Thanks. Well, I completely agree with Jane and Michael and Jeff. And I think that in part because the many times that Michael has said, we need to just be focusing on this contract right now. This is our business meeting. We should be focusing on the contract. And the fact is that there is no way for us to look at the larger picture and to convey our constituent concerns and to hear what constraints, parks and planning are operating under. It would give us an opportunity to talk about these meta things. And then when we're looking at a contract, it wouldn't, so many elements of it would not be, you know,
Surprise.
a surprise to us. Yes, thank you. That's the mot juste. So I think this is a great idea. And so how do we build a cat?
Denise.
I'm a big
got-
believer in standardized minutes. You
Me
know,
too.
I mean, reading the minutes of our various committees and commissions, it really depends on the person taking them. And Public Works is great because it's very detailed, but all it says, and this is no slam on Public Works, Director Nucky, but heavy discussion. I don't know how many times I've been called heavy discussion. You know, it's referring to the fact that there was a lot of discussion, but it's not talking anything about what that was. So that's even lacking to me. So it would be wonderful, just basic minutes for, you know, the minutes 101, what they need, yeah, even having a template for meeting minutes. Meeting minutes are critical. They're legal documents and they shouldn't be too long, too short. It's an art. I get all that, but they're easy. It can be done. It can be done. And then I could read them and know what I need to know. Them coming, that's great. We can have follow-up questions, but our minutes are here, there, and everywhere and don't really give us consistent information.
And so what I hear is that we want to foster a relationship with administration in a way that our planning commission feels encouraged to come and share with us. I think what I said, did I say planning? Parks. So we're talking about parks, so I'll keep it germane, right? But that we want to foster that relationship with parks to feel comfortable to come to us. And you know, I want to know, I mean, what I don't think is a great strategy is imploring administration to do this based on a code. I think a better strategy is to foster an encouraging environment to have them here as a collaborator. That's my 2 cents. And I want to know if you have strategies for how we can do that. Counselors, colleagues.
So you could reach out directly to the chair of Parks and Planning Commission and see if they want to present monthly, quarterly, I don't know, or send a written update for Chance.
I think it might be a good time for, mostly talking about the Parks Commission here, and us to review, like Jane did, the language and the scope and the mission, or charter of even that commission. I think we've got a pretty good handle on what Planning Commission does. And, you know, I think we do a disservice if the folks serving on the, committee don't feel supported or don't feel that they completely know their purpose or things like that. So I think that we could all get up to speed on that. So.
Yeah, so next month, Mike and I are on the agenda for the Parks Commission. Mike's gonna be talking about budget to kind of get them involved in that process. And I'm gonna be talking about the code as well as updating their bylaws. And so we're already on the agenda for July. We're gonna talk to them this month, but made space for the disc golf presentation and they did meet yesterday.
So what I hear you saying is you two are on the agenda for Parks Commission. But Jeff, what you were suggesting, were you suggesting that I should send a direct invite as council president, right?
Yeah, I think if they know that they're welcome to come and present to council. I actually remember when I was on Planning Commission, there was, I think it was the drive-through ordinance. And it was nice. The chair, you know, couldn't make it, but they, you know, said, oh, go ahead and Jeff, go present to council. And so I was able to sum up the Planning Commission arguments, pros and cons. And so if they feel so inclined to come on any of these items and say what their discussion was, I think that's great.
Yeah, I'd love to have more collaborators at the table, right? I want to just throw this out there though, that I want to make sure that it's like a friendly atmosphere that when they're coming, because these are volunteers, and I don't want them to feel intimidated to come to us. Jane, go right ahead.
Jennifer, you've said that repeatedly today, and I don't think anybody has been mean or out of place to staff. And nobody's got this thing against the commission. We want to help the commission. We want them to know that we're interested in the work they're doing and see what we can do to help them. It's not like it's an adversarial relationship with the commission at all.
There is a purpose for me stating that I would like us to be cordial. And I'm not saying it just out of my own opinion. So I want us to have an atmosphere of cordiality and for people to feel comfortable coming. And it's not without purpose that I'm saying this. Anna, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to concur with what Jeff has said, that I think you sending the email is more respectful. Then it's coming from council and like saying, here's this ordinance, and not only is it an ordinance, but it's something we'd really like, so that we could be of use to you and you could be of use to us, and we can all be of use to Bremerton. That's it.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that. This item is specifically about Parks Commission. So are you also, I'd like to have more information on the Planning Commission before I were to send an invite. We're specifically talking about Parks Commission right now. And so we can discuss the other item at a future date. But regarding Planning Commission, I don't know that I have the code specific language, but we do have code specific language for the Parks Commission. So I'm completely comfortable sending an invite regarding that language. So no problem. I will take care of that next week. So I'll put that on my agenda for next week to do, and I'll report back to you at the study session. Okay, great. All right. At the study session on
In
the
mid-July?
Do you know, I looked right there to look for the calendar as if we were upstairs. There is no calendar right there. So,
And the room is bigger.
oh, good gracious. There is no calendar just appearing. I don't have those special glasses. So the study session that I'll report back on, it will be the 10th. And so during this, and just, bear in mind, this is, a holiday week next week. So I'll just report back if I had a reply or not.
Would it be inconvenient for you to simply CC the city council staff on that?
Well, I always do. I generally always do with my emails. I generally like to just have them keep it as a record as well. They're in
Great.
charge of all those public records. So
Great, thank you.
yeah. All right. So we have a plan. And then now I'd like to re-invite Public Works Committee Chair Jane Rebelowski to provide a summary of the highlights from the last meeting held on June 18th. Your mic is not on? Yeah. Thank you so much.
A lot of the things we already talked about tonight, the 6th Street Active Transportation Plan, the modification to Washington and 11th project. We talked about Parish Creek, and we had a streetery update, kind of. Ron Moore, our new operations manager, I think that's his title, has only been on board for less than a month, I think. So he's done an initial look, but more is going to happen this month. So he should be able to give us a more complete report. We very much encouraged him to have everything ready to go by October, when they have to start taking down the existing streeteries, so that they'll know what the rules are going to be for them to build their streeteries for next year. Then we talked about the 2024 sidewalk construction by city crews. And I believe has the map been updated, Tom? Yeah, they had a couple corrections on the map, which everybody can find online. Then we talked about the 5-year planning for sidewalk and road preservation, but we didn't go into great detail yet. Again, Ron is brand new and he knows the streets, but he doesn't know yet how he's gonna break them up into segments. So we'll be getting that product hopefully in the next 3 months. And then Chance came and talked to us about the additional treatment they had to do to Kitsap Lake. There was a big algae bloom, and so he treated it and it should be all better now. And then we got an update on 11th and Perry. That's still ongoing. There's one of the utilities that's on a power pole was late getting their poles down, and then they did some damage. So until that damage is fixed, they can't even start the project closeout. And I think that was about it.
Wow. I feel like, thank you very much. I know that your agendas are super comprehensive and long.
I forgot my notebook.
Okay, fair, fair enough. All right. Well, we know some of the highlights from the audit committee, but audit chair, Anna Mockler, please update us on the
Yeah.
audit committee.
So this is pretty much all good news. The auditor is wrapping up the procurement investigation, and her next project will be, we determined the parking compliance review. In plain language, that's like, does contracting it out to Impark, is that effective, and would it be more effective and inexpensive to bring it in-house? So she'll be beginning that in the coming weeks. You know, obviously, we spent a lot of time on the election. And then also I participated in the SAO exit, sorry? The election, I'm sorry, on the interviewing of the candidates. The word candidate came into my head and it's like, and I went straight to doom scrolling about candidates. So no, we also had the SAO State Auditor's Office exit conference, and Mike Riley can confirm that Bremerton did good. That we had a couple of the most minor, like, deficiencies, and they were things like I's were not dotted, T's were uncrossed. And sometimes the federal reference loan number was not repeated on every page. I mean, they were on that level. So that was kind of a source of good news. That was it.
Excellent. Finance, Investment, and Parking Committee Chair, Michael Goodnow. Highlights from your most recent
So
meeting.
we started off with get to meet Lauren Ellington, our new budget analyst. And she was here at the top of the meeting, so hopefully a bunch of you get to meet her. We got an update from Anthony Ives from Kitsap Community Resources, and actually updated us on all the work that they're kind of working on. I feel like there's no absolute significant thing to address on that, but they're definitely working on things, and like the stuff the pallet time expansion obviously falls into that. So but it was a good update. Michael Rea updated us on some changes to parking enforcement, and that is what that it's just a it's not solely for Washington Avenue, but it's about that. It's about the time that we can take action from a problem vehicle. So it would actually shorten the time that we can do that. And So to impound a vehicle. So, that, yeah, if that would be great. So I've got this like long thing in front of me that I'm like trying to
Yeah.
pull out a nugget.
So Michael did a presentation on impound laws generally and as they relate to like nuisance vehicles and what the differences are and being able to take action swiftly versus needing to give a 24-hour notice and kind of explain that. And that led into explaining some changes that are coming to Washington Avenue specifically related to that. And that would be a change in signage so that it's clear that it's blocking that loading zone that has been the source of so much problem parking violators will be signed in a way that those vehicles can be towed. State law will require that they officer involved in the tow does make a reasonable effort to contact the owner. That's a requirement. But it's not going to be the 24-hour notice. It's going to be essentially like an immediate tow, similar to what you would have if a person was like blocking the tunnel or something like that. The other change, and this Tom Nucky was there to talk about just some changes that Public Works is, oh, and he's here too, so there's that. Why don't I just kick it over to Tom and he can explain those other changes?
So to be able to do the towing, we have to modify signage because the existing signage doesn't work for immediate towing. You have to do the 24-hour notice. So we're going to expedite modifying the signage, doing some additional painting on the curb, changing the time limit for loading and unloading from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And then there's some language that's already painted on the curb needs to get painted out as well. So we're going to try to get that done as quickly as possible. We do have, I found out today, our sign shop tech's off next week. We're going to try to get it done this week. No promises if it's not done. And we have painting to do and it's supposed to rain. So if we can't get it done this week, then it'll probably not get done next week, but the week after. But we are trying to expedite as best we can.
Thanks. Yeah. What he said. So then we talked about the two park project updates. I'm not going to touch on that. And then there's a proposed TIB grant for Warren Avenue Bridge. And the what they're doing with that is they really don't want they wanted to, I don't remember what it's paying for, but they want to make sure there's a construction aspect. So they're actually connecting it to I want to say linkages, but no, yeah, they don't want to pay just for design. They want some construction. What are we calling the connectors? Is that what we're calling it? So they're connecting it to the connectors. So that was good. We talked about the audit. And Belinda Monroe gave us a little update on the small works roster, just some kind of minor changes that are happening with that. Director Riley gave us an update on CPI and just touched on the upcoming mid-year budget amendment. There was no really significant things on either of those, and that's all we had. Thanks.
Wonderful. Members assigned to regional and other committee boards. Jeff.
Real quick one. That was another PSRC very specific meeting the mayor and I were at. And the main focus was a representative from Senator Cantwell's office was there. And so she's actually working as the federal budget is ongoing to look at appropriations, federal funding to help the ferry system. So I think she felt support from everyone there, and I offered to I did connect the legislative assistant with folks in the Bremerton Ferry Coalition because they said it would be helpful to have personal stories of people impacted for Senator Cantwell to be able to take that to her colleagues and get them to understand the importance of our ferry system.
I wonder if you can find anybody in Bremerton that could provide a narrative or
I don't
anecdote
know.
on that.
We'll see.
Yeah. All right. On regional boards, committees?
Kids Up Transit, yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, ouch. So a lot of this is information that if you would like, I will be very happy to email to you. We had an entire presentation on equity populations and low income populations. You know, like out of 267,000 people in Kitsap County, 19%, almost 20% are low income, 200% of poverty level. And just the whole algorithm by which they are plotting routes in order to serve these populations. So if you would like a long PowerPoint presentation on that, I have that, and I will be happy to forward it to anybody who sends me an email. See that? Moving right along. The only other thing that we really looked at was, was new transit service, the new hub that's near the hospital and how routes will be changing. But for the most part, the changes are extremely minor. And if you want to see the slides with their titles cut off, that's another thing that I can provide to you. And we're spending, I don't know, around 300K on an intra-county ferry feasibility study. Just so.
Wait a minute. Can you say that figure again for me?
It's around 300K. Let me check it out.
Okay. For an
It's
intra-county,
exactly 300K.
Kitsap Transit is?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
for an intra-county ferry feasibility costs and business plan.
Can I ask, were there any grants or is that just coming from?
It was all grant.
Okay.
Yeah, it was all grant.
From the
We
state?
were-
I'm so curious about this. I apologize for interrupting your report, but
Totally no worries. You're not interrupting, you're asking, and that's great.
state, federal,
Hang on. Received a funding allocation through the legislature for the creation of a feasibility study, yada, yada. And it would be added to the ferry operating budget to complete this early planning. This is in plain language, like a ferry between Silverdale and Bremerton. There was an extreme non-enthusiasm for a ferry between Bremerton and Bainbridge.
No, they want. I mean, last time they did.
They did last time, but now they feel the work, they can find their own.
y'all are making, we're getting to the end of the night, but we do need
Yeah.
to.
Yeah,
probably
I'm not
have
making any more comments.
microphones on when we're
But
commenting.
so that was just, and there was actually real enthusiasm for the idea that perhaps in some future point, we might have the mosquito fleet back. So if anybody's as excited about that as I, let Director Clausen know.
Okay, fair enough. Any other regional board, regional and other committees or boards? Do you want to, Denise, go right, do you want to turn your? Yeah.
Yeah,
tell us
I
what you're gonna say.
represented us at AWC,
Nice.
and once again, I was the only representative from Bremerton. Polsbo had a whole team, Port Orchard had a whole team, Bainbridge had a whole team, you know, and it's good stuff. It really is good stuff. So I'm going to be giving a report on it next week.
And I'd like to say, because Jane did not have her mic on, she said she will go next year. So I'll
Yay.
put that into public record.
Really good stuff. And I got to walk onto the Columbia River Bridge and hear all about what they're planning with light rail, multimodal path, new bridge just to the west of the old one with about 3 inches to spare between some other things. So it was really fun. It was really fun. Great weather. Vancouver's doing things right, man. 200,000 population now.
Thank
really
you.
quickly
So you'll
coming.
have that at your council report.
Yep.
Just a little more. Good.
Pictures and everything.
Pictures. Love it. Did you bring us back any swag like socks? I knew the socks. I knew the socks were. All right. Thank you. Jeff, go right ahead. You got something else to share out about?
Oh, I was gonna ask on PSRC if there's any big updates or what they're up to lately.
ESRC. That's, I was not prepared for, okay. Well, the last time we had a meeting, let's see, would have been June We got KRCC. I have KRCC and not, well, I'm an alternate for PSRC. So you attend more PSRC meetings than I do and you know,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. So
Mayor, any big things in the works or going on there?
he doesn't even have a microphone. What are we doing here?
Yeah, no, all good. Figured I'd just ask. I hadn't mentioned them in a while, so.
Are you calling me out for admitting I'm an alternate here? He's an overachiever with all those meetings that he goes to. So I really appreciate that about you though, Jeff, that you're very
I
involved
just
in.
was curious. All right, perfect.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I have no report. Apparently, according to the mayor, nothing big. It's only the Puget Sound regional. Anyway. All right. Okay. Other general council business for the good of the order. An opportunity for anyone to provide a brief announcement, or mention an event that might take place between now and their council report next Wednesday's meeting. So the newer, lengthier topic should be saved for a future study session because it's a long meeting today, but we really hammered it out. So yeah, Jane and then Anna. I don't know who had their hand up first.
I'm hoping that a lot of information is going out to the public that now that they can blow things up on July 3rd and 4th now. They just can't blow up things that go up in the air because the new ordinance. So
Public safety. Do you want to weigh in on this? Can you go ahead and turn your mic on? Yeah.
Fireworks, because everything was decided last year, didn't even come up, but I was told that public awareness is going out on it. So what that looks like, what that is, I'm not sure, but I can follow up with Chief McGanny.
We do have the bridge blast coming up. And so the bridge blast is going to be on the 28th, correct? So that's on 29th, is that Saturday? 29th, Saturday. And so that's going to be an exciting event. I know the mayor's excited about the waterfall. And so any other just basically brief announcements and mentions of events. Yeah, Anna.
Thanks. So I brought this up at the last study session when you were when you had a bad headache. And so I'm just going to propose something that would normally be part of good of the order, but it doesn't meet either of these criteria, which is what's the mechanism for if good of the order is restricted to this, what's the mechanism by which I might ask the council if they'd be okay with a few get-togethers with the public to discuss the budget in September and early October to make sure that the terms are clear to them and to find out if there are things that they would particularly like to have funded. So what's the mechanism by which I can bring that up to council?
So go ahead, Michael.
You could bring it to finance, or you could ask the finance committee to bring it up and we can work
Finance.
with the finance.
So you're bringing
Can
it.
I go to finance? I would be breaking quorum.
No, you're
But you could turn to Jane or I
and say, hey, can you please add this on?
we can bring it up.
Okay. And
It's done. You did it.
okay, great. So what's the mechanism for other things?
So let's go ahead and talk about that at a future study session because today was a
What would
lengthy
be a
meeting. How about next study session? We want to bring it up at good of the order?
July 10th?
Yes, let's talk about it.
Do you-
There is a mechanism, which I believe is in our rules and procedures on how to bring items up. So
There's a mechanism for resolutions, but I have not been able to find one for something where it's just like going, hey,
you want to have a creative free
w-
flow of ideas.
no, I don't. Well, I
No.
mean, I do, of
Yeah,
course.
no,
but
you do.
That's not what I'm proposing to this council. I'm proposing things like I would have liked 2 weeks ago to have been able to say, hey, I sent those FAQs out, but you weren't there. I sent those FAQs, as council revised them on May 10th. Why are they still not on our website? I'd like to be able to bring up, housekeeping type stuff like that. And
There's, the mechanism is that status quo has been, we've been kind of allowing that to happen at the good of the order. And so that's been the status quo since, I believe Michael was president, when Jeff was president, and now that I'm president, we've had that space. It might not have been as consistent as you would have liked, being is that I have a migraine syndrome and I was sick in the garage at the last meeting, and I really appreciate that you filled in for me due to my chronic illness.
no
and
problem.
so
I
the
haven't had a
mechanism-
migraine, but it sounds lousy.
I tried. I didn't want to come in and vomit on camera. So the mechanism has been in place as status quo, that we allow that space at the end of a meeting. And as time allows, the other mechanism that's in place is that if you have an item, you do an ad hoc, a sub quorum, I should say, and you talk to another council member, and then you submit a request for it to be a general council business item. And that's a mechanism that we employ on a regular basis. That would be my recommendation if you're feeling like the good of the order time is not working for you.
When we have it, it works.
When have we not had it? I think about 3 times this year. It's not like this is probably the 3rd.
I'm not going to continue this line.
Okay. But as far as I know that we provided that space, do any other counselors feel like that space has not been provided?
I would, that description of, hey, what is the status of the FAQs? I think to me, that's a perfect example of go to the order of like that pertains to the group and our action items. And, but if it's a discussion that's going to be 30 minutes for a proposal, then
Right.
Yeah, it's fuzzy, but I think that's the distinction's clear.
Okay. Any other general council business tonight? Jeff?
Yeah, I hate to end us on a sad note, but I wanted to make sure folks were aware. I think everyone is, but we lost Roosevelt Smith, Arts Commissioner, just an amazing person, passed away yesterday. Found out this morning, so I'm gonna plan to put him in part of my council report next week, and I don't know, any way we can honor his commitment to the city and the community.
Thank you.
Well, how can we honor him?
I talked to maybe the Arts Commission has some ideas too. So I think I would love to let them work something out if we want to as well. But I have a feeling that they're going to work something out in memoriam for him. And all right. Any other general council business tonight? Events, etc. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and before I adjourn this meeting with the gavel, the next council meeting will be held on Wednesday, July 3rd, beginning at 5:30 in the first floor meeting chambers of the Norm Dix Government Center. And the public is invited to attend in person or remotely, and any special accommodations to speak via Zoom during public recognition may be requested through the city clerk by calling 360-473-5323 at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.